May I please have everyone's attention? Before the meeting begins, we ask that everyone please silence your cell phones. The Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustee meeting is an open meeting for the public to observe the board conducting district business. Therefore, patrons may only address the board during the designated audience item section on the agenda. If you have printed materials you want to give to board members, you must provide them to me or any officer present, and we will provide them to the board. We also ask that members of the audience be respectful of others by remaining quiet so that everyone is able to hear the proceedings. Thank you.
The time is now 6 p.m., and this meeting is hereby called to order. We have the presence of the quorum attending in person, and notice of this meeting has been posted online and at the Fort Bend ISD Administration Building for at least 72 hours. So before turning to tonight's agenda item, I wanted to share the board is going to try something new in hopes of improving the meeting efficiency. So for future meetings, we are going to estimate the length of time needed to discuss agenda items. These time estimates are not intended to provide hard stops to our deliberation, but will help us be mindful of the length of our discussion. I'm asking my fellow trustees to work with me as we try to make our deliberation as efficient as possible. So right now we'll turn into our first item on our agenda, which is public comment. There are 5 speakers. The board encourages and welcomes comments and input from our patrons. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and please refrain from mentioning a student or employee's name when voicing a concern or a complaint, as board policy provides alternative procedures through the grievance process policies, GF local or DGBA local, to seek resolution to complaints. I will read the name of the person registered to speak and share that they have 3 minutes to make their comments. Once the speakers start their comments, the board secretary, Mr. David Hamilton, will announce when they have 30 seconds remaining. Once the 3 minutes time limit has expired and whether the speaker has concluded their comments, Mr. Hamilton will announce that the speaker's time has elapsed. I then ask that you return to your seat. So we have our first speaker is our Texas State Board of Education member, Honorable Ms. Julie Pickering. Thank you, Ms. Pickering, for coming tonight. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Excuse me, sir. If you'll please disperse these articles to the board. There's a copy for each trustee and the superintendent, and there's 3 different pieces of materials. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service also. Trustees of the Fort Bend ISD and superintendent, I have provided you with a letter of constitutionality for school chaplains from former Texas Solicitor General Jonathan Mitchell, a copy of the actual bill signed into law by Governor Abbott, and a news article concerning chaplains in the military. The Texas Solicitor General handles all state and federal appeals for the Texas Attorney General's office up to the United States Supreme Court. I'm going to walk you through now the legal procession for Senate Bill 763, also known as the Texas School Chaplain Act. The bill was originally filed on February 7th, 2023. Legislative Council, which is a team of attorneys for the Texas House of Representatives and the Texas Senate, reviewed the bill for compliance with the Texas Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, state laws, and federal laws, and gave their stamp of approval. April 5th, The Texas Senate Public Education Committee heard public testimony concerning legislation. April 17th, 2023, the Texas Senate Public Education Committee approved the legislation to go to a vote by the Senate. April 25th, 2023, the Texas Senate passed the Texas School Chaplain Act. April 27th, the Texas House of Representatives received legislation from the Senate. May 2nd, the Texas House of Representatives Public Education Committee heard testimony concerning the legislation and voted to send it to a vote for the House of Representatives.
Excuse me, Ms. Pickerman, I'm so sorry. Maybe we will switch a different microphone for you. There's a lot of echo going on. Yeah.
It's like doing graduation at the stadiums.
I'm so sorry. I apologize
That's okay.
for that. We're ready.
Try it again. Okay, I'll just, for the
Can you
sake of
please?
time.
Yeah, now we have the documents. Maybe if you don't mind, please, maybe you can start from beginning if you don't mind. Thank you.
Absolutely. Trustees and Superintendent, I have provided you with the letter of constitutionality for school chaplains from former Texas Solicitor General Jonathan Mitchell, a copy of the actual bill signed into law by Governor Abbott, and a news article concerning chaplains in the military. The Texas Solicitor General handles all state and federal appeals for the Texas Attorney General's office up to the United States Supreme Court. The legal procession for Senate Bill 763, also known as the Texas School Chaplain Act. The bill was filed originally February 7th, 2023, went to Legislative Council, which Leg Council is a team of attorneys for the Texas House of Representatives and the Texas Senate, where they reviewed the bill for compliance with the Texas Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, state laws, and federal laws, and gave their stamp of approval. April 5th, the Texas Senate Public Education Committee heard public testimony. April 17th, the Texas Senate Public Education Committee approved the legislation and went to go to a vote by the Texas Senate. April 25th, the Texas Senate passed the Texas School Chaplain Act. April 27th, the Texas House of Representatives received the legislation from the Senate. May 2nd, the Texas House of Representatives Public Education Committee heard public testimony and voted to send it to the House, to the full body of the House for a vote. May 9th, the Texas House of Representatives passed the Texas School Chaplain Act, and June 18th of 2023, Governor Abbott signed the Texas School Chaplain Act into law. Facts you need to know. The School Chaplain Act is effective starting this school year. Every school board in Texas must take a vote by March 1st, 2024 concerning school chaplains. Also, we have taxpayer-funded chaplains in many areas of society and government: military, hospitals, airports, state and local police departments, fire departments, the Texas Senate, the Texas House of Representatives, the U.S. Senate, the U.S. Congress. After the Uvalde shooting, state funds paid for the Franklin Ground Chaplain Response Team to spend a month in Uvalde, Texas. Separation of church and state does not exist in the U.S. Constitution. What is in the Constitution is the Establishment Clause. The Establishment Clause says that the state will not create or fund a state-mandated religion. School chaplains, the same as the thousands of other chaplains employed with the state and with federal funds, do not violate the Establishment Clause. The Texas School Chaplain Act created a new chapter in Texas Education Code. It's Texas Education Code 23. By creating the new chapter, there is no conflict with how many chaplains, academic advisors, LPCs, or school resource officers you may hire. School chaplains do not compete with any other hires in your district because they have their own chapter in the Texas Education Code. Additionally, Chapter 48.115 of Texas Education Code is amended to allow safety and security grant funding and safety and security yearly allotment funding
30
for
seconds.
school chaplains to provide behavioral health support, mental health support, developing mental health instruction, and restorative justice practice, suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention programs. In conclusion, when the U.S. military, who has unlimited resources, or so it seems, and access to all levels of mental health professionals, is faced with unprecedented suicides in the Navy, this March they called for 4,000 new chaplains to address suicide prevention. Thank you. God bless Texas.
Thank you, Ms. Pickering, for being here today.
Yes.
We appreciate you.
Thank you for your service also, President Day.
Thank you. So next speaker, we have Mr. Rocky Malloy. Thank you, sir, for coming tonight. When you're ready, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I have some documents to share.
Of course.
Thank you, sir. There's 2 pages each. So. I'm the founder and CEO of the National School Chaplain Association. We have chaplains in 26,223 schools in 23 nations. As the world's largest provider of school chaplains, we offer training recognized by the U.S. Department of Education and certification to qualified individuals who pass extensive international domestic background checks, including an extensive forensic review. Chaplains certified by the National School Chaplain Association have the highest level of accreditation recognized by the federal government and the state of Texas, which includes the Department of Defense, Veteran Affairs, and Federal Bureau of Prisons. Chaplain training includes active shooter, personality threat assessment, and stop the bleed, critical life-saving first aid. Additionally, chaplains are trained in de-escalation techniques to alleviate frustration and tension, supporting teachers and improving student behavior. The National School Chaplain Association is also on the Texas Comptroller Master Vendor List, qualifying us to provide chaplain training and certification to any school district. The responsibilities of a school chaplain include prayer, counseling, and spiritual care. They provide advice on moral and spiritual issues, assist school staff, and support student-led faith activities. Chaplains have no agenda other than to be present in relationships and to care for the individual and make sure everyone on campus is seen and heard. Their sole purpose is the teachers' and students' well-being. Providing services to over 23 million people gives us a massive database, proving schools that employ chaplains show a drastic reduction in school violence, violence in the home, alcohol and drug consumption, and decreased bullying. Most impressive is, in the last 13 years, not one school with one of our chaplains, 26,000 schools have reported a teen suicide. 0 suicides. Schools are safer with a campus chaplain. Adding to the data, our campus chaplains are credited with students having greater respect for authority in themselves, confidence, and motivation, along with improved goal setting and grades. Teachers are leaving the profession they love in record numbers. When spiritual care is provided, teachers stay on the job. That's a fact. We have witnessed horrific acts in Texas schools. Chaplains are among the first responders to provide spiritual care for staff and students and their families. I ask you today, why wait for a tragedy to employ chaplains in your school district?
Time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for coming tonight. We appreciate you come here to share all the information with us. Thank you. Next, we have Miss Lorena Gaza.
Thank you, friend. All right. Hello, Board of Trustees. I am so sorry I touched your computer. Hello, my name is Lorena Garza, and I'm here with the National School Chaplain Association. I'm also here as a concerned parent.
Can you pull that? There you go.
Would you believe? I can't believe I need a microphone. Okay. Dear Board of Trustees, my name is Lorena Garza, and I'm here with the National School Chaplain Association. I'm also here as a concerned parent. I am for chaplains in schools, For 20 years, I've been a youth pastor. For 13 of those years, I have come into Dickinson High School and sponsored a Christian club at the school. I have seen how students have come in and needed hope, needed prayer, needed a safe place to come to. And they would come in and just, can you pray for me? Can you just listen to my story? And most of the time, I was able just to be there for them and help them. I had one student that came to seek me out from where I was. She looked like she'd seen a ghost. And when I saw her, I asked her what happened, and she said, I tried to take my life. At the time, it was during COVID, and I could not have the Bible club at the school. And so I wrote the superintendent, and I wrote the principal, and I said, please let me back in, because the students need hope. And the student was able, this was 5 weeks before school was let out for the year, the student was able to graduate and go to college. I was there during 2018 when they had the mass shooting in Santa Fe High School. I saw the chaplains come in, but then they left, and the need was still there. And so the year after, I went back to Santa Fe High School, and I saw that they had improved the security. They had gotten different doors, but we're so big on improving and making sure that nothing happens, but what about the emotional needs? These chaplains meet the emotional needs of students. And what if we met the emotional needs so these things do not happen? And you do not realize that sometimes just being there for a student, sometimes just listening, is just a gift of presence. And being there for that staff and the students will be such a help for all the schools. Chaplains have proven to reduce suicide. Also, they are also school chaplains also have risk assessment and active shooter training. We are there to be a help to the teachers and the students. I encourage you to please go ahead and allow chaplains to be in the schools. You will see how these students who are needing hope, needing someone just to reassure them that they are an important person, a chaplain will be able to meet those needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gaza, being here tonight. We appreciate you. Next, we have Mr. Todd Taylor. Thank you, sir. You also have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you, trustees and Mrs. Superintendent. My name is Todd Taylor, and I come with the perspective of a 29-year veteran school teacher. I actually did retire at the end of this year, but I am going back, getting trained to become a chaplain, because when I learned about this program, when I heard about the bill, I saw the need for it. Sorry, I get emotional sometimes. Being in the classroom for 29 years, especially after COVID, I've seen the need and the struggles that our children face, and they're looking for hope, and they're looking for somebody who will sit and listen and care for them. And yes, we have counselors in our schools, and counselors are great, but they don't often have the time to deal with all the troubles and all the problems in our schools. And they're busy with other duties and things like that. And chaplains would provide that assistance and build those relationships with students. I come with this with a heart, not wanting to change a child or force my religion upon them, but to be there for them and to help them. The school I finished teaching at for the last 8 years, the last 2 years has gotten a large influx of Muslim children, and my heart went out to them. For the struggles they went through. They're Afghani refugees. And I don't want to change them. We've had several conversations where they would tell me, Mr. Taylor, Muslim good. And I go, yes, Muslim good. Christian good too. And we'd have those conversations, but I was just there to be an ear, and, of course I had to teach them, but we did talk some. But I do want to mention, for my final words, incident we had this last year over Christmas break on New Year's Day. Actually, we had a kindergarten student who drowned accidentally in a pool. And when we got back to school, our school, yes, they had a crisis response team come in, made up of counselors from other schools plus our counselor. But they spent one day in our school, just one, with that child's classroom. And the death of a child in a school affects not just that child's class, but the entire school. And those people came and they were there for a day, and then they left. And our children didn't get the help they needed. In fact, being an elective teacher, I saw all the students, and when his class would come to my classroom for computers, I would have several of them months after go, when is, I won't name the child's name, but when is he coming back? When are we going to see him again? And so they didn't get the breadth of what had happened to them from the help they got. If there had been a chaplain in the schools, they would have somebody there who could check on them daily. The chaplain would be able to go not only to that child's classroom, but to the other classrooms and siblings and people who knew him.
Time.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for coming tonight. And next, we have Mr. Josh Sanders. Okay, thank you. Thank you all for coming tonight. We will now convene in closed session under Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the following sections. Section 551071, for the purpose of a private consultation with the board attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. Section 551072, consider purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Section 551074, personnel matters. Section 551076, security matters. Section 551082, student discipline matters or complaint. Or Section 551081, personally identifiable information about public school students. The time is 6:21 p.m. and we are now convening in closed session. So this is roughly about 1 hour. Thank you. 43 p.m. and we are now reconvening in open session. So the next item on the agenda, we have an action item. Can I have a motion, please?
Yes, Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees accept the superintendent's recommendation and appoint Aaron Morgan as executive director.
No, excuse me, we don't, okay. So, sorry, Miss. We need to refer this to our legal counsel.
There isn't actually a posting for action on closed session items, so I would recommend that the action be taken at the next board meeting following a posting, so that the fact that the board is taking action is properly noticed to the public.
So I'm going to ask for a motion for an action item for the open session. Do we have a motion for that?
Okay, let's try this one again then. Yes, Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees approve item 5A as presented.
Second. We have a motion made by Ms. Malone, second by Ms. Hannon. Do we have a discussion? So actually, I would like to say a few words before I open this to discussion. So I wanted to thank Ms. Jones for her willingness to be the liaison for this matter. Just for a reminder for everyone, including our audience and the community, as one board member, Ms. Jones, she doesn't have the authority to give direction or make a decision on behalf of the board. And so I really want to thank you for all your time and effort. And Ms. Jones, do you want to share some of your comments?
Yes, Madam President, and thank you for that. I'm going to begin with the timeline, and please bear with me. I had my eyes dilated, so I can't even read my own handwriting now. Okay, so let's start back with the Code of Student Conduct and how we actually got here, okay, and where I'm going with this. On July 17th, and this is my timeline, Dr. Mensah submitted the updated Code of Student Conduct for the 23-24 school year. On July 19th, Trustee Hamilton and I met to discuss the Code of Conduct. We provided feedback to Dr. Whitbeck regarding the changes that would garner our support based on the parent and staff survey results, and that was sent via email. Dr. Whitbeck replied in disagreement, and on the same day, we attended a conference call with Dr. Whitbeck regarding the changes that were needed. She agreed to make the changes prior to July 24th's regular board meeting. On July 24th, the Code of Student Conduct was presented to the board, which was voted down 6-1. Please note that when the Code of Conduct was presented, the changes were not included that were requested to garner the support of the board by Mr. Hamilton and myself. It was the same Code of Conduct that was initially submitted. On July 25th, an email was sent to Dr. Mensah and Dr. Whitbeck to schedule a meeting to work with them regarding the Code of Conduct. On July 27th, a meeting was scheduled for August 1st at 2:30. So on August 1st, we met. And prior to this meeting, he asked me what was the one thing that I was requesting that I needed in order for this to pass. And the one thing that I wanted to know was I wanted a list of items that were required by the legislature that are supposed to be in the Code of Student Conduct, the Student Code of Conduct. That was the number one thing I wanted to know, was what was required in it. On August 1st, I met with Dr. Mensah and his team, and some of the key takeaways in that meeting, basically, Section 37 of the Texas Education Code was required Pbis, restorative practices, and social and emotional learning. The other school districts, and I was told that other school districts such as Lamar and Katy did not differentiate their disciplinary matrices, and they are the same across the board. I was also told that Pbis and restorative practices are not used as the main consequence for teachers. They are optional. Students in K through 2 cannot be placed in OSS or expulsion for level 1 offenses as required by law. However, Pbis and restorative practices were actually the practices. And they are utilized, and however, Pbis and restorative practices are also utilized within 3rd grade to 12th grade. Clarification, I was given clarification on bullying. Self-defense was also provided. We discussed professional training of teachers on Pbis coaches. So here's some of the key directives that I gave them coming from the Board of Trustees from our last meeting. Basically, removal of the culture and climate and philosophy statement. I asked to separate the disciplinary consequences by grade level. I also asked to stress that restorative practices, Pbis, trauma-informed practices are options for teachers within the Code of Conduct. I also asked them to include that there were exceptions to disciplinary practices of students who were homeless or McKinley-Vento, to also stress that in the Code of Conduct as well, for parents to see that. Also, I also asked them to include that students K through 2 could not be given OSS or as severe punishments as they would be for 3rd grade through 12th grade. On August 2nd, Dr. Mensah submitted the updated changes that were supposed to have been provided to myself, Ms. Day, and Dr. Whitbeck. Some, but not all of the changes were made. I asked, and I did leave this out with them, and I asked them this via email. I said, I requested that item number 14 within the Code of Conduct must align with the policy and not with the practice of the district regarding graduation participation. And that all students was to be approved by the Board of Trustees and not the superintendent. And on the final, and I'm just wrapping this up, on the final Code of Conduct, this change was made to reflect graduation speaker participation. And as a result, the current Code of Conduct does not reflect many changes that were discussed within the meeting, and there were a lot of emails sent back and forth. As a result, it caused me to take a deeper look into Section 37, where it was found that Pbis, restorative practices, SEL, trauma-informed practices were not required to be a part of a district's code of student conduct. After learning this, Rick Morris, the board's attorney, confirmed that there was no requirements for Pbis, restorative practices, trauma-informed practices. And I also believe that the current code of conduct does not align with Section 37. It just does not in any way. If you compare the two, it does not. As a result of all of this, and I'm thinking about this, it's like here we are again. I have concerns about the implementation of Pbis at the same level for all grade levels. And I think it is necessary to look deeper and analyze the situation and to amend the student code of conduct accordingly. Therefore, I'm not voting for its implementation. And here are my issues. As a teacher and who's experienced this, I've had some successes with Pbis, but I know there are a lot of teachers who are struggling with Pbis and restorative practices. And I know being an elementary teacher that they're more effective from K through 2. Middle school, as a middle school teacher out in Cy-Fair, at a Title I school, no, not at all. We should look at other disciplinary strategies, okay? Because it leads me to believe, okay, so how much are we paying for consultants to teach and train teachers on Pbis and restorative practices that is proven ineffective within the district, within some schools? How much are we actually spending? And I just want to say that for me, I'm just the blatant disregard and the back and forth on policies and the requests by the board, and it's unacceptable and it's inappropriate. And I also believe that I should have not been misled to believe that Pbis, SEL, restorative practices are required by law when they are not. And therefore, we have to look at it like this. I know we're all here for the kids, but at the bottom line, the bottom line is this. We have to support our kids. We have to support our teachers. We have to support our parents. It goes back to when I was in principalship training, and our professor just told us, this stays with me, and he says, it's not about us. These parents, it's their money, it's their kids, it's their schools, and we should do right by them, and we should service them appropriately and keep them safe. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, and I really appreciate you put the timeline about it. So I just want to say one thing. Ms. Jones mentioned to me about Education Code 37.
Yes.
And so I and her together, we read the code together, and then I sent the question to our board attorney, Mr. Rick Morris, just to confirm our understanding it's not being required to have that information in our student code of conduct. I just want to say that we did. And so, okay, do we have any other discussion? No. Okay. Dr. Gilliam?
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for your information, all your hard work. This is really hard for me. So it took two people to change everything. That's what we're looking at. With all of these years, okay, it's a blatant disregard for this. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, it's not required. I'm on the side of, did it work? As I said last week, we have 80 schools. So how many schools did this not work? How many principals did this not work with? And so, not that I trained to be a principal, I was a principal here. I have spoken to many principals. So what I'm hearing is, and please forgive me, is that 2 or 3 board members got together and everything's changed. And there's not discussion, and not necessarily that I would not agree with certain things as far as it's not a requirement, but at the same time, I'm wondering, are our principals and our teachers that are using these things that are working, because there are some campuses that Pbis works and restorative justice and does work in some campuses. We did this back in the day in 1989, and that's not what it was called. It was called working with kids. It was called taking care of our children. So what I heard today, there are different things, and that's going to come on with Senate Bill 763 and the whole thing about how we can work with our children and how we can talk with them and how we can bring clergy in. We have teachers that are spiritual. We have principals that are spiritual. I'm one of them. And I ask right now for guidance and for, please don't give me any words that I'm not supposed to say. But I'm more concerned, not necessarily of what was said, because I'm definitely open to it, but that we couldn't hear it. How do we know? And then Dr. Mensah, I want to know how you feel about this. I want to know how you feel about this. For our district, for something to come in today to say, no, we're not doing that, this is this is that. Culture and climate is huge. The culture of each and every school is so important. The climate. You can't do anything if you don't have culture and climate. So I'm not necessarily sure what that culture and climate was about, because when you walk into a school, you can feel it. When you walk into a campus, you know that this is a place where people care. You can walk into a classroom and you can tell this classroom how different it is from that classroom. When you're walking down the hall as a principal, you can see, and that little darling sees you and turns around. Wait a minute, I need you to come back this way. Miss, I didn't have the right clothes on. I didn't want you to see me. Okay, let's see what we can do about that. We do this each and every day, but I'm going to stop because I need to listen. And so, Dr. Mensah, and I handed it to you before, but I need you to please tell me, because I know that we need to get this thing passed. So please share with me what this means to you now. And if it means that there are principals that can go and still do the Pbis and do the things that they want to do, because I did hear that, okay, but I don't want any board member to walk into a building and then one teacher says, well, we're still doing Pbis, and then there's a conversation about it. Because now we're going to have fear come in. That's just out of my head, and I will be the first to say I'm wrong if I hear something different. Can you share?
Yes, certainly. Well, first, I just want to thank Trustee Jones for collaborating with us, because it was very helpful to have a different perspective as we worked together with the team to figure out how we need to make adjustments to the student code of conduct. One of the things that is new learning for me today, because I wasn't under the impression that we didn't follow the directives from the board. And so some of the information that was shared in terms of making changes, questions about Pbis and whether or not it's required, I know that as we discussed it, we talked about Chapter 37, and there was some conversation about what must happen if you do something, what may happen. So Dr. Hartley spoke to that, and I wasn't under the impression that we shared that it was a requirement that you had to have it. She shared some of the language from Chapter 37 in that conversation. So once I'm done, she can explain that part. But there is no intent to try to pass the code of conduct and be in any way deceitful to try to get it passed. We want to make sure that we have a very clear code of conduct that students, teachers, and parents understand. We made some adjustments when requested about the philosophy and the culture and climate, because we knew that it wasn't required, so it was fine to take it out. And the part about the graduation speakers on page 14, when we looked at it, there was some errors, because originally it said align to practice, and it was pointed out, so we made the adjustment to make it align to policy, so we went to policy FMH to put that in there. When we had questions about the charts and delineating the differences between the grade levels, we looked at charts from other districts, and one of the districts we looked at was Katy, and spent a lot of time looking at the actual offenses and the consequences to see if there was a difference as you matriculated to different grade levels. And only thing that I found was a difference for tardies and dress code. All the other offenses had the same consequences. So it wasn't different from ours. What was different was the formatting, how we formatted. So we made the adjustment, and then we were specific to point out the differences for K through 2 in terms of out-of-school and in-school suspensions because of the limitation, and that's based off of the law. So we made sure that that was clearly articulated. And we had conversations about, what was required. And we were asked about restorative practices. Was this required? And we shared that it wasn't a requirement. These are just strategies and tools that are at the disposal of the teachers. And when asked about PBIS, we shared that PBIS is an expectation for school-wide expectations. And there are some strategies that you could utilize at different levels that are optional. But in terms of creating an environment where there are clear expectations for how students walk through hallways, interact in cafeterias, in common areas, interact with each other in the classrooms, we felt like it was important to have clearly defined expectations so that you can have some order and have the right climate and culture of the campus. So that's what we shared, and also stated I would articulate that restorative practices are optional. It's not required that you utilize them. In addition, while using some of the restorative practices doesn't mean that they're excluded from consequences. You could have consequences and still have restorative conversations because you're trying to repair relationships. And we walked through different scenarios and talked about what it looks like. And we acknowledge that even when using PBIS strategies, it's not a perfect system. It's really going to be contingent upon the adults and the kids to really believe in it, and it takes time. Just like if we suspend all the students, doesn't mean it's going to fix those behaviors. I mean, we could do that. We've had challenges with that, with our data and certain groups being overly suspended. And so we know that it's important to have consequences for the behaviors, but we also know that we need to teach the right behaviors. We need to have systems that teach our students, just like we teach them academically, we need to teach them socially. And if we have systems that are absent of teaching the students on how to behave, then we would just be expecting them to come with those tools. And if they don't have those tools and they don't meet our expectations, then we might be removing those kids from classrooms at a higher rate, and our teachers will have more challenges meeting the needs of our students. So we need to really have both. So if you ask me, I feel like we need to have both. We need to have a system that teaches our kids how to behave, incentivizes positive behaviors, because as you mentioned, we have over 80,000 students, and we have a great amount of students that probably never even been to a principal's office, never been written up, because they understand the expectations and they follow it. And then we have some students that have challenges that we have to teach those behaviors. And some of those students have challenges that we can't disclose to other people. So if they do get into trouble and they don't see the consequence, we can't communicate why. We can't say that that student is a homeless student, or the student is a student that is a special education student, or all the different reasons why we may not be able to do some things that we have to do. So we have to have other strategies alongside those. So I understand the concern from the board to try to make sure that we have consequences for student behavior, because we want that too. We don't want to have students misbehaving without repercussions and then continuing to do the same thing. So it's a balanced approach to do both. But I see Dr. Harley's up there, and she'll be able to explain, what we discussed in terms of what is required and what is not required in terms of the PBIS conversation.
You have the green light. Chapter 37.005 gives us a regulation about out-of-school suspension for students in K through 2, McKinney-Vento students. We can't do OSS for those students. In Chapter 37.0013, districts are given the right to create a discipline plan for students who cannot be sent to OSS or DAEP. It regulates the districts by saying if you're going to do this plan, the plan must include certain items. And in those items, they list 5 of them. One says the plan or program must be age-appropriate and research-based. Number 2, provide models for positive behavior. Number 3, promote a positive school environment. Number 4, provide alternate disciplinary courses of action that do not rely on the use of in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, or placement in DAP. And number 5, provide behavior management strategies, including positive behavioral intervention and support, Pbis, B, trauma-informed practices, C, social and emotional learning, D, a referral for services as necessary, and E, restorative practices. That is in Chapter 37.0013. You are correct. There is nowhere that says you must say restorative practices. You must say Pbis. You must say trauma-informed care. But what it says is if you're creating a discipline plan for those students K through 2, or for us, it's a discipline plan for level 1 offenses, that plan must include those elements. That is defined in Chapter 37.0013. Very clear.
Thank you for that. So can we continue with other discussion?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the clarity.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Jones, for all of the work. That's a lot. That's a lot. We thank you.
Mr. Garcia?
Thank you, Madam President. So what I hear, and I keep thinking that we're all, the board and staff, we're all really thinking the same thing. So when I was talking about the way that the code of conduct is written, my point wasn't necessarily that I'm repudiating positive behavior or restore, because I used it when I was a teacher. Just didn't, like you said, you just called it something else. You had to hold a kid after class and say, why did you do this? You know, that's restorative chat, you know? Or if a kid does something good in class, you get 100, you give them a sticker, that's positive reinforcement. And I'm not here to say that, because it doesn't work, but then it does work. It's who's using it, how it's getting used. I understand that. My whole point was that we're putting the philosophy into the code of conduct, which is for the students. And I've talked to previous board members. I spent some time talking to previous board members, and they said that, well, we've had some schools, they put in Pbis at XYZ school, and it works really well. And then over at this other school, but then and I understand that it's in the code of conduct, and there's optional or as an option, and that's probably fine. I think my point is, when I read it, and if I'm a student or if I'm a parent, and I read the consequence, and then I see all these different things that could not happen, it does get a little confusing when I see dating violence, and then you look under here, and what is some of the options, and one of the options is a conference or a chat or something like that, and if the kids, which they probably 9 out of 10 aren't reading the code of conduct, you know, but if the parents are reading it, or even if the teachers are reading it, and that happens, well, let's refer to the manual, and there's all these different options. So, I'm kind of struggling here, because I'm going back and forth. I think we're all on the same page. Like, I want to give, and we are doing that. We're giving teachers, and we're giving the campuses the autonomy to do that. And in my head, I'm thinking, as the compromise is, the code of conduct should just be about, this is what happens if you do this, and then these are the infractions, and then all of the actual ways to enforce that could be something that the individual campus, because this would give us an idea on what is actually working and where is it working. So if these schools are doing this and it works, but then these schools are doing the same thing but it's not working, well, that's easy for us to pinpoint and say, Well, how are you guys doing it? Well, how are you guys doing it? Oh, you aren't doing these things. Maybe you should try doing this. So in my head, it's, and y'all done a really good job, because when we came on, I think when we added the matrix, it was a lot more clear. But then it was almost. I'm just seeing the different options, and it's very similar to what it was last year. We made some changes to it. So, in my point in the last meeting was that I think we should refine it and just sort of narrow down what all of those. If it's all optional, then what's required? If you take it away, and you say, I don't even know what we could do, but I think, and I go back to the campus improvement plans. If the certain elementary school said, this is our plan, this is also what we're using as a campus to implement discipline based on the code of conduct. This is what our strategies we're using, and then we kind of know what every school's doing individually. So, I mean, everybody's already out there training, and they're tweeting about it, so they're out there telling us what they're doing. And they're our principals are serious. They know we're serious. I think parents know that we're serious. Students aren't watching board meetings, but well, some of them are probably. My kid's not, but yeah, I'm struggling. I'm going back and forth. So I know that you guys know where we're coming from. You know what we want in terms of this code of conduct, and I think at this point we're really wordsmithing this thing, So that's just. I do have one question on this. I guess it was the thought exchange study that was sent out. I believe it was May 23rd. Was that the 1,300 stakeholders, or was that in conjunction with some of the meetings that we've had with the advisory planning group?
That was one part of it. We had over 1,500 responses. Part of it came from the thought exchange. Part of it came from focus groups, face-to-face, virtual.
Did we see the results of I don't know if if I missed it, I apologize. Did we get the results of any of the feedback or the thought exchanges, just to kind of look? I mean, I in my head, because this is one of the reasons why I'm probably sitting up here is the discipline. So, on some things I'm a little bit more involved in, and some things I'm not as involved in, but I think this is probably pretty important. And I like Dr. Gilliam's suggestion of the behavior task force, and are we talking about discipline? How are we doing it? At a campus level, at a district level. When we meeting with principals and say, so what's going on? How are we looking? What are our trends like? Where do you need assistance from, sort of thing? Or at the campus level, or our principals. I know we did that when I was on those committees. But as an overall, holistic view, what are we doing as a district, just to make sure that we're keeping a close eye on it. And it's hard. Like I said, it's a moving target, so I get it.
So, Mr. Garcia, I appreciate your comments. And one of the things that Ms. Jones brought to us during our meeting was how we can get the message out about the student code of conduct to the students and to parents. And I think that was a valuable contribution to our discussions. And we've moving on, setting up ways to broadcast the code of conduct, to discuss the code of conduct, to present the code of conduct to parents and to students, because we agree it has to be a living document that parents and students know and understand in order to comply. And I would also point out, with the options, we support progressive discipline. Their children make mistakes, and we progress through the consequences. So we have to make those options available to principals. And of course, principals We work on training them to ensure that we maintain equity and fairness across the board. And we are self-aware when there's issues, and there are multiple ways that we go out to campuses or bring in administrators to train them on calibration to try to ensure that we are improving on the any equity issue that we might have.
And I'm not sure how I'm going to vote. I kind of came in thinking I was going to vote one way, but then, but I will tell you what I expect as a parent, and what I expect for my kids is when I look at it, and it kind of made me my brain swim a little bit, just because I started just dancing around this one consequence and going through all these different options. And as a parent, I was like, okay, well, that could be good, that could be bad. Depends on the situation, and I get that's why there's so many options. But as a teacher, when I'm presented with all of these options, and the problems that I've had and that I've heard is that this code of conduct has too many options, but then we come up with, well, there's a reason why there's a lot of options. But then the problem with having too many options, and if you're a teacher and you read it, and you're a teacher in ELA class, and you following it to a T, and then you're the same teacher, kids teacher, in a math class, and you kind of, let's go with, let's this option, and then the next time this is another option, and it doesn't get progressive. It's not the next thing over, and then we're not consistent. So the feedback that I'm getting is there's too many options, which is, we're going back and forth, and then we're not following it consistently at the campus level. So that also becomes hard, but that's the training where we're talking about the principals must, enforce and say, and the teams need to work together to say, okay, I've had problems with, use David Hamilton. They used me last time as example. Hamilton won't, be still or whatever. And then the next class, he's a perfect angel. And then, they're collaborating. And I know plenty of examples where that's happened. So, I am struggling with it right now. But like I said, I think we're, I think we all want the same thing. And what I want is for the teachers and the principals, they know their environment more than we do. I know my environment, where my kids are, and the schools that I visit. You're out there visiting more of the schools, so you have an idea. So it does become a little bit, as
So I do want to add, and this is a good discussion, and I will add that was another piece that Ms. Jones brought to our conversation, was about the administrators going back to a teacher and letting that teacher know what was done regarding the student discipline, because it's the administrator that assigns the discipline to the student, and the discipline to the teacher's referral. And our discussion was about, at that level 1, it's important that the administrator touches back to the teacher unless the teacher knows that there was something done, so that the teacher feels that support.
And I will say one more thing, and I'll be quiet for a little bit, but I think it's very important for this particular topic to come to us probably maybe in May. I think by that point we already kind of know where we need to be, where we need to get to, so that we can get this out and presented, and we can have the discussions well beyond us the
Now we can do that.
verification process.
We could do that every other year, because the problem is this year was a legislative year, so we have to wait for the legislative session
Yeah,
before,
you're right.
But next year will not be. So we are definitely will be earlier.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Ms. Hannan?
So I would agree with Mr. Garcia on the point of, if we could get this earlier, even in a legislative year, we could approve it as a draft pending any legislative changes, because what we can't do is we cannot wordsmith from the dais. That is just, it's not going to work. So I want to thank Dr. Hartley and Dr. Mensah, because I feel well, I'm going to just say I feel for you. So I'm going to leave it at that. So the work that was done perhaps didn't reflect the full board. Everyone knows I was the sole person to vote to enact the code of conduct at the last meeting. And the reason is that I did not think there was anything in the code of conduct that was inappropriate. I did ask for some wordsmithing of the philosophy statements, and anybody that knows me knows that I don't care that philosophy statements are in policy, but in this procedure manual, it's a little bit different. And I had written something before Dr. Mensah even said it. I wrote, part of taking care of children isn't just about doling out consequences and punishment. We are here to teach children. So part of the code of conduct for me as a parent of a child in this district and someone who cares deeply about kids is I do want parents to understand that we're not just putting your child in timeout, and we're not just taking time for after-school detention. Because there are things that are very important to me that we are addressing whole child health, that we are addressing social and emotional learning, that we are addressing, utilizing restorative practices. And I think our media confused what restorative practices means with social justice. But not Fort Bend ISD media, Fort Bend area media. So I want to be careful, and I guess I'm just saying for the record that there are some things, that were struck. Again, I think we should be culturally responsive when we're thinking about disciplining and teaching our children. So I will support this as it stands. I only issued a couple of items that I wanted clarity on, and that was regarding the graduation speakers. I wanted the full policy quoted, not just bits and pieces, or I wanted it taken out and just referred to the policy. This conversation was just really hard for me to listen to tonight. So I have one question. Maybe in our culture and climate survey that we got from staff members, have we surveyed our teachers to gauge their satisfaction with supporting them with behavior management strategies, with professional development, and supporting them with consequences when they are necessary and needed? Do we have any information that we've gathered from our teachers? Because I'm a little bit with Dr. Gilliam, just because, you don't throw out, the baby with the bathwater, because I'm assuming Pbis and restorative chats and things are working in some places, but maybe some people on the board are hearing from the squeaky wheels and assuming, people that are silent aren't actually out there. So anyway, surveying, do we have any data from our teachers about their level of satisfaction?
I don't know that we have data about the level of satisfaction, but that was part of our thought exchange. And we can make that.
So teachers got in there as well in the thought exchange.
Yes.
So that might be interesting just to, did they identify themselves as such?
Yes.
As teachers? Okay,
Yes.
just so we could, sort of disaggregate that data to look at that. Anyway, I will say that I will also support this process. I was not actually asked for input. So whatever, I appreciate Ms. Jones, your work. The level offenses by grade level is easy to see. It's very clear. That new piece is helpful. I'm assuming, to parents where you can look at that at a glance. Anyway, thank you, Ms. Day.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Day. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for kind of being the board point of contact between the board and the administration on this. And just to remind everybody, that was a request from Dr. Whitbeck to have someone do that. So that wasn't meant to exclude anybody. That was just an effort to try to get to a document that was acceptable for everybody. Dr. Hartley, Dr. Mensah, thank you for your work in this. It's a lot. I think one of the challenges here is that we're trying to paint with a district-wide brush, and the reality is, to some extent, every disruptive situation or every incident needs to be treated as its own individual incident, and you just don't have. There's a lot of variables that we're trying to account for with district-wide blanket policies, and there's a lot of challenge to doing that. So, Dr. Whitbeck, I have a question. So 2 weeks ago, the board took what I think most of us would agree was a pretty drastic measure in voting down the proposed student code of conduct. And after that meeting, Dr. Whitbeck, you said in an email to a community member, and I quote, "The changes to the code of conduct are not substantial." Can you please help me understand why the administration decided not to make substantial changes to the code of conduct despite the board voting it down 6-1?
I think you're referring to the original code of conduct before Ms. Jones worked with Dr. Mensah and everything. That when you look at the code of conduct, I mean, Dr. Hartley, how many pages is it?
93.
Okay, it's 93 pages. So what I meant by that was for a 93-page document, when you saw your very first out of the chute here's just the changes we're recommending, it wasn't a large amount. That's what I meant.
Thank you for that clarification. So I do want to say I do appreciate some of the changes that I saw. I think it's helpful to have the index broken down by grade level. I think that's a helpful change. And I definitely appreciate some clarity on self-defense. So, Dr. Whitbeck, our conversation, it's challenging. You could have two situations that look exactly the same, and then you dig in, and maybe one situation was legitimate self-defense, and the other situation that looks like self-defense on the surface, you find out the student who appeared to be the victim of or defending himself in self-defense actually instigated the incident in some way. So I get that there's a challenge there, but I do think we were falling off on one side and not, I would say, not complying with the board policy, which states that self-defense must be considered when we handle discipline incidents. So I think that's good progress in the change since the version we voted down 2 weeks ago. But so for me, one of the key issues that I have with specific to restorative practices, so I think a lot of it has to do with when we do and when we don't implement restorative practices. And I think, in my opinion, it's not appropriate to use restorative practices in a situation where there is a victim, because restorative practices starts with the assumption that you're putting the two or more people in the circle, especially a restorative circle situation, and you're treating them as if they're equals in that situation. And so when a campus identifies that there is a victim in the situation, then I think it's inappropriate to put the victim on equal grounds with the person who has somehow made them a victim, however we define that. And then I think a big part of getting us to the point where we are is that we are seeking to comply with the Department of Education Office of Civil Rights guidance on discipline practices. And I think that guidance is putting us in a position where I believe we have violated students' constitutional rights under the Equal Protection Clause and their state constitutional rights in the Texas Equal Rights Amendment of the Texas Constitution, because in seeking to comply with the OCR guidance, which is seeking. It's something that I think sounds good, and something that we don't want. We don't want discipline done differently based on skin color in any direction, right? And so it sounds like that's what they're trying to help to try to remove from our country. But in reality, the devil's in the details, as they say, right? So there's an absurdity within the way that they're forcing us to operate, and that is they're only looking at the race of the student. And so we have situations where a black teacher sends a black student to a black administrator for discipline, and because of the way the OCR guidance operates, that's used as evidence of us unfairly treating black students. And so the reality, again, is every situation is different, and we need to treat every time there's a claim of racial disparity, of treating a student of one race differently than we treat a student of another race, that needs to be looked into, whether it's going in any direction. And I know what we found out with the big investigation that was almost 10 years ago, was that a lot of times it was black teachers and black administrators, and they said, yes, we believe these black students need discipline, and so they were, and so it's just, so all that to say, I think we're put in a position where the seeking to comply with the Office of Civil Rights guidance is putting us in a position where we are disciplining students differently on the basis of race. And I think it's helpful to point out, so not only is that going against the constitutional rights of our students, state and federal, but it also goes against an opinion from the Texas Attorney General's office, and this is opinion number JS-0003, and it says, any race-based student disciplinary decision by an educator or school district, whether motivated by guidance from the OCR or otherwise, will not withstand constitutional review under state law. And so the guiding principle needs to be that we tell our teachers and our administrators, and we need to reinforce this with training, do the right thing regardless of the race of the student. And if we find out that we are unfairly treating students of any race, then we need to correct that. And I think that's something we would all agree with. But I think seeking to comply with the OCR guidance is purely driven on the race-based metrics in a situation where we can't control the race, we can't control which students are going to be disruptive. And so the guiding principle has to be do the right thing rather than, and we have as a district given guidance to campuses that, hey, our numbers look bad, and we need to make our numbers look better. And so the guiding principle needs to be do the right thing, treat people the right way regardless of their skin color, not worry about our numbers, worry about our metrics. If we get dinged by the Office of Civil Rights, then we'll deal with that situation just like we deal with situations where parents or anyone else allege that we're treating students differently based on race. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Ms. Malone?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Day. Well, I think we're really over our allotted 30-minute time limit, so I'm going to try to be brief. Ms. Jones, you said a whole lot, and I was taking notes with timeline and so forth, but could you specifically recap your reasons, or not even reasons, not the changes, so the changes that were there, I can support the changes that were already made, but what was not made that were requested by yourself? I don't think I was writing fast enough.
I knew this question was coming. Okay. One of the changes was that number 14, and it was basically stated as graduation participation. And basically it was paraphrased, I would say, in the policy. And basically, first, and Ms. Day, help me out here, as far as what there was no knowledge of whether or not that was a policy based on number 14. And that had to be conferred with, by Dr. Mensa and with General Counsel to clarify what 14 was. And so
I'm happy to address that, Ms. Jones. I actually consulted with our Department of Legal Services, and participation in graduation is not in policy. However, being a student speaker at graduation is what is in policy, and that is policy FMH. We did, after receiving an email today, we did go back to the Code of Conduct and added in the piece, and I apologize for the late notice to you. We did add in the piece about academic dishonesty, which was not in the change that we had put. We simply copy and pasted policy FMH and inserted that into that section. So it does now include the academic dishonesty. In consultation with our legal department, Mr. Wilbanks is here, and we talked about the Code of Conduct is actually part of policy. So us describing participation in graduation, though it's not reflected in legal or local policy, it can be reflected in the Code of Conduct. And of course, Mr. Wilbanks, you're welcome to.
Sure. The analysis there is you look at the weight that the Code of Conduct carries, and the Code of Conduct carries the exact same weight that policy does. And so if there's an absence in the Code of Conduct that is fulfilled by policy, those two things, and policy would fill in that gap because those are the exact same level of authority. The board, you as the board have voted and approved policy. That's your policy.
Right.
Because the Code of Conduct is voted on and approved by you, the board, it carries that same exact weight. So in this example, where there was an element in FMH local that was not carried over in the student Code of Conduct, then that element in the policy would still be valid and still be a requirement based on the level of authority the policy carries and Code of Conduct carries.
thank you for the clarification.
So the reflection of FMH local, as I see it written, that wasn't what was requested? What was requested by y'all regarding by you regarding graduation?
It was to align with the policy rather than the actual practice, giving the superintendent the authority to make the decision regarding graduation participation activities rather than the board.
Okay, and so I guess the way I read it is when it says see policy FMH local, that would.
So again, the policy does not reflect graduation activities. What the policy is reflecting is speakers at graduation. Mm-hmm. So FMH, it was speakers at graduation, and we omitted, unintentionally, we omitted the phrase of academic dishonesty. If someone had an offense related to academic dishonesty, that was deleted or omitted from what was in the Code of Conduct. Since becoming aware of that through an email that I received from Dr. Mensa, that has been corrected. So now what is FMH is now what is in the Code of Conduct.
Okay.
Okay. You were going through the other items that weren't addressed, so I wanted to get that. So it sounds like that one was addressed now.
Now that was addressed,
Okay.
and I guess at the 9th hour, we're being told that, that we've corrected it when it should have been corrected on last week prior to putting it on the agenda.
So
Ms.
one more.
Malone,
I have one more question regarding
Ms. Malone,
that.
can I clarify on that? I think I know what Ms. Jones was referring to. So if you look at the table, initially they said participations. It's participation, graduation participation. It's not student speaker, graduation speaker.
And now it says student speaker, so that's reflected.
Yeah, right now it's a student. That's
again,
the reason it was aligned with practice, not aligned with the policy.
Because there is no policy.
Yeah, so but then because they changed to, right now it changed to student speaker instead of graduation participant. I think that's where
Yeah.
the difference,
That was the difference.
that was the difference.
But that does now align.
So right now, I think today I just heard we don't have a policy regarding to the graduation participant because at the agenda review, when I was meeting with Dr. Wayback, I saw that was graduation participation and align with the practice. So I questioned them. I said, if we have a policy, I prefer we align with policy instead of align with practice. So I requested Dr. Mensah to do more research, seeing if we have a policy. And then when they check, I guess, I mean, this part is my speculation. I think when they check and then they found out we only have a policy with the graduation speaker.
That's correct.
Not the graduation participant.
Participation, yeah.
That's why on this table, I think that's why Ms. Jones, when she looked at it, when she had a discussion, it was,
Because this isn't what
it's a
it says.
participant.
It wasn't what it said.
It's
Yeah.
what, yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
correct.
why.
So then we updated it, and we sent that out last week with the final submission. What was changed today was we received an email from Ms. Hannon about a section not being in there, so that's when we went back and we updated that part. So that's what happened today. FMH, we changed it to reflect that it's aligned to FMH. But there was a portion of FMH that was not in there that Ms. Hannon noticed and it sent an email to us. So that's what Dr. Hartley is referring to.
Thank you for that. That's the challenge when we cannot talk among ourselves other than here. So that's the challenge we have. So Ms. Malone, please continue. Sorry.
Well, and I'm deferring to Ms. Jones to continue with that recap. So that was one, so we're good on that one now.
That was the major part.
Okay. Okay, so I have just a couple of things I want to say then, and one clarification point, which Mr. Hamilton, I kind of think we were on the same page with one item, and that was what I believe is the change to mutual combat, if I understand it correctly. Is that what you're referring to, and is that the change? But that was from the week prior.
We did not make a recent change to that section.
This year?
No.
I think the fighting
I'm
was-
speaking to when we presented the student code of conduct at the
Right.
last meeting, in between that meeting and now. That was
No,
not.
no change.
That was not part of the changes, correct?
So that's, I guess, what I'm asking. So for a point of clarification, Mr. Hamilton, when you're talking about the victim, I'm assuming you're referring to the mutual combat change that was originally made for this year. Am I understanding that correctly, or were you referring to something else? And again, guys, this is just, when we're hearing other people speak, we're trying to follow along and make sure we're on the same page, especially because, like they mentioned, where Ms. Jones met with staff, I don't know what someone else is talking about or referring to or conversations.
What change we made was a clarification and a focus on self-defense and defining what self-defense is as part of the fighting. So we added into the glossary a definition of self-defense, and that was part of the original submission that we had that was voted down. So nothing of that has changed since the prior board meeting.
Okay, and then as I'm reading, the students engaging in mutual combat shall be assigned a consequence up to and including a DAEP placement.
That's correct.
Okay,
That
and
has
previously it was,
No DAP.
okay, now, so can I ask for a point of clarification then on this? Because we were talking about victims, and I just want to make sure, again, I'm understanding this. Because last year I was sent video footage of a fight that happened at a high school, and it was, again, I don't know the entire scenario, but from what I had understood from kids and from the parents and students, et cetera, it's surely looked from the video footage and the I don't want to say testimony, but, the witnesses, I guess, but I'm not the judge or jury here, so. that this kid was clearly the victim and faced the exact same consequences as the aggressor?
So I hear you. And one of the things that we have to be very careful about is not assigning, we have to discern the consequence without looking at who is the victor. So sometimes if you mutually engage in a fight, and I just happen to be stronger and bigger and more capable, and so I win, I may not have started the fight. So we don't want to give discipline based on who won the fight. So sometimes a victim is an equal participant. Sometimes the victim is the one who initiated or provoked the fight. We have to do careful analysis of the whole entire context when assigning discipline. So the discipline can vary depending on all the considerations that the state asks us to do, discipline history being part of it, special education being part of it, where we, as Dr. Mensah alluded to earlier, where we sometimes have issue is that we are limited in what we can disclose to other parents. And then there is a perception of differentiating, but there are some reasons why that sometimes that's the way it has to be. But every situation is different. So, I can't answer to that specific incident because there's so many.
Okay, gotcha. I would just hope that if somebody were being attacked, even if they quote unquote won and maybe they got a good shot in or something, at least what was told to me by this family was that they were told from administration, when I say administration, I'm referring to campus administration, it was that their kid should not have acted back at all. And my question is, what are they just supposed to keep taking the hits as they come? And how is that fair either? And then, nobody else was jumping in to save. I mean, you can see.
Right.
I'm going to leave that up to y'all, though, because again, even on that one, I said, I'm not going to get in the middle of this.
Many times.
Okay, but on that note, speaking of fighting and whatnot, and things going down, I guess, on campuses, I do want to mention this point because we have talked and I think scrutinized to a degree Pbis and restorative practices. So, y'all, I recall in 2016 when this was brought to a particular campus. And actually, it was a lady by the name of Jerry Kammerman, who was the principal of Missouri City Middle School. And for many of you who may not, or maybe you do know, maybe you don't know, she was the first campus in Fort Bend ISD to bring these practices here. And it was a game changer for that campus. That campus changed academically. They changed also in regard to discipline issues, and it became a place where people wanted to teach. And it was a turnaround campus and a spotlight for Fort Bend, not just here, but actually it received recognition throughout the state because of the positive differences it was going to make. Now, I'm not like your huge Pbis supporter per se 100% of the time, and I agree that it may or may not work at particular campuses. I think you hit the nail on the head with that, Ms. Jones, and particularly as far as when we talk about different grade levels, it's the same thing. But I do believe that there is a time and a place for it, and so I'm happy to see that that's still a part of our practices, but also knowing that there are consequences for actions should a student choose to be a repeat offender, let's say, where it's ineffective, or for something that's just completely egregious. So with that, and one other thing I do want to mention, because I know I had said it last time. Now, granted, it was video footage, and there was all this echo coming back and forth, so it's hard to keep my mind straight. But I did mention the Chapter 37 last time, and I don't recall that it's required, but I do believe that if you are using the language, that it is required to use the language that the state provided.
Yes, thank you.
So other than that, thank you for all of your hard work, and thank you, Ms. Jones, for all of the, I know you had to have spent a ton of time doing all of this, and I want you to know I greatly appreciate those efforts. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Ms. Hannon, did you? Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I just want to remind, I know this item, we need to shut it down. We need to take a vote. But I want to remind everyone, especially if you don't have kids here, like when I registered my kid, I had to check, yes, I've read the 23-24 Student Code of Conduct. And I haven't, right? Well, I had. And there is a placeholder here that said, that on our website that says the 23-24 FBI Student Code of Conduct will be available for review upon adoption by the Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustees. So school starts in 2 days, and going back to Dr. Gilliam's suggestion, if there, is some kind of behavior management committee that needs to happen, but I guess for legal, can this board approve this tonight so we can get the show on the road for our administrators and our teachers, and then if it comes to fruition that we have a behavior management committee and there are revisions during the year, is that something that can come back to the board, or how would that work?
So just as a point of clarification.
No pressure.
We do have a district discipline advisory committee that is already in place.
Okay.
That we meet with during the school year, and it consists of parents and principals and associate principals, or CBCs, campus behavior coordinators, and teachers.
Okay, and they saw and they helped contribute
Yes,
to
ma'am.
this. And so
Yes, ma'am.
with that, I'm sure maybe Ms. Day wants to say a few words, but I would really like to call the question on this because of time. Because this is an action item, isn't that correct?
Yeah, it is action item. So here, thank you, Ms. Hannon. So I wanted to follow up with Ms. Hannon's question, actually. So I wanted to know, can you clarify, Ms. Brush, like from the board policy, let's see, if we did not approve this student code of conduct today, is there requirement from the policy we have to approve one before school starts for each school year?
Are you asking the question from the standpoint of board policy or state law?
Board policy.
So let me pull up your board policy on this particular point. Unless, if you've got it already.
If I may interject while you're looking, from a practice standpoint, one of the things that's important is the equity across the district and how we deliver consequences, to the best of our ability, knowing that we have different administrators. But for example, in this particular code of conduct, you are increasing consequences for vaping and for fighting. So my concern would be, if you don't, that you could have a student involved in either one of those things on the first day of school, the second day of school, the third. We have 80,000 students. And then let's say on the 21st, you were ready to vote. And then that would mean in that time period, we could have students doing the exact same thing and not treated the same way, because one's going off of the old code of conduct and one's going off of the current. So that's just from a practical standpoint of what it could look like out there. May seem unfair to some kids.
President Day, the board's policy does not speak to adopting it immediately before the school year begins. The board must adopt a student code of conduct, and the student code of conduct can subsequently be revised by the board during the school year. So if the board were to not adopt the student code of conduct, then the prior year's code of conduct would carry forward as the board adopted code of conduct.
Thank you, Ms. Brush. And also to follow up with Ms. Hannon's question, if we adopt one tonight, we can always request for revision during the school year. Is that correct?
That is correct. And in fact, the board's policy expressly notes revisions approved by the board during the year. So the board's policy contemplates potential revisions during the year.
Okay, thank you for that. So I just have a very few words, my comments. I really feel, because the reason we have this length discussion this meeting, last meeting, because student code of conduct, it's very important. And I do believe the law requires the board to approve for a reason. So I do feel after I hear Ms. Jones' comments, in a way, I really, I'm just going to be honest, when I see the revision of the student code of conduct, I'm quite disappointed because I feel we voted 6-1 to reject the student code of conduct last meeting. In me, I expect some real changes. So I heard Ms. Jones and everybody's comments. I don't think this board really wanted to ban Pbis or restorative practice. I don't think that's the message. I think we wanted to offer the teacher those as options. But my biggest concern for this current version, like I expressed last meeting too, it's 90-some pages document, and we have a lot of pages. It's really for guideline for teachers, for them to use as their options. It's really more than the student code of conduct. So that's really put a lot of burdens on the teachers because they will feel they have the obligations. I remember this time last year, we had a similar discussion. We had a similar concern, and by that time we were told the campus or the teachers will know the Pbis or restorative practice are options. But in reality, the teachers feel obligated to use those. Even for the high school level teachers. That's really my biggest concern. I understand, I think we are actually on the same page. I do feel we are on the same page, but it's just not reflected in this document. I think our intention is we want to give teachers options, but we also wanted to use different measurement based on different grade levels and different campus. We want to give the teacher the tools, the vehicle, but at the same time, we wanted to them have the choice to move to, if it doesn't work, they have the option. For me, that's really my concern. So that being said, I wanted to say something. As a board, I believe every single one of us serving on this board, we work really, really hard. And we all have the best intention for the students. But sometimes we may have different opinions, but we respect each other, like we respect you, like you know, and we work with each other. But once we made the decision, I think as a team, we really stand behind it. So that being said, I wanted to, if there's no more comments, we can move to vote. But I just want people know, regardless the outcome, we try our best to make the decision to correct. So if there's no more discussion, we can vote on it. So do we have, Ms. Malone, I think.
Yes, I'm given this weird look because I'm a little bit confused. Actually, not a little bit, I'm a lot confused. And I think that it has a lot to do with I just think it has a lot to do with the fact that you guys had worked together on this since our last meeting, and having missed some of the missed all of the conversation and getting the ESPN highlights tonight. Mm-hmm. So I hate to go back to you, Ms. Jones, but I'm like wanting to know if I'm missing something. And so I got the graduation was the biggest one, and that we're all clear on graduation. Were there any other items that were communicated to the district that they didn't, that are not reflected in this new version? And I understand from what I'm hearing from Ms. Stay, it has a lot to do with the consistency between, I see, for example, that there's in blue at the top, the discipline offense by level secondary, the 3 through 5, et cetera. I don't see very significant differences between the different grade levels. But again,
That's where I have the problem. And the reason why I have the problem is because there should be a level of differentiation, whereas you should not be discipline a third grader in the same manner you would discipline a 12th grader. And so when you look at this chart, it seems like the same discipline that a third grader may get for fighting, maybe the same discipline that a 12th grader may get for fighting. So we have to look at it on a level as age appropriate, rather than saying, you know what, it's the same thing across the board with the exception of two things, and there's no differentiation there. And that's where I have an issue with. I also have an issue with,
Can I stop you for a second?
Uh-huh.
Okay, because just again, trying to have the conversation and get up to speed. Was this something y'all discussed in depth when y'all met? And did y'all go through like examples and?
We talked, Dr. Vincent and I talked, and I actually said that what needs to be stressed in this code of conduct is basically discipline history. When you look at KDISD's code of conduct, number one, they do not include trauma-informed, SEL, or any of that, but they do stress that given a student's discipline history, two students may be fighting, but one may have a more extensive disciplinary history rather than the other. And that really needs to be fully clarified in the code of conduct, and this does not reflect that.
Ms. Day, I would like to call the question, please.
That requires a second. Just want to make sure, because I have more questions.
Your comments real quick, please.
Yes,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Mensah. I'm not trying to like go back and forth, but again, just trying
That's
to get
fine.
up to speed before I cast my precious little vote here, because I'm feeling it counts today. Not that it doesn't ever count, but you know what I mean.
Yes, I understand. So to
Okay.
address what Ms. Jones said, we had a conversation about that on Friday to discuss it. And I explained that when we make decisions about discipline, we also look at disciplinary history as well. So that was explained. I wasn't under the impression that we have left anything out in the changes after the conversation that we had. I thought that we had addressed all the changes that were requested in the conversations, because I sent an email with a list of the changes, and I was asked what was changed. And so when we were done with that, I was under the impression that we had satisfied the changes or adjustments that need to be made. Now, I don't know at this point, like what's remaining, because I heard Trustee Jones express page 14, which addressed graduation speakers, which we've addressed, and we changed the charts. And I know that, something like addressing all of the different offenses that you have and trying to see how you're going to differentiate between the different grade levels, that would be a comprehensive task that would take more than a couple of days to examine all the different offenses and see if it would require a change. Because in actuality, even if you have a third grader gets into a fight and the senior gets into a fight, they still have the same level of consequences you could apply for that same fight. Most of the infractions, there are similar responses to them, even though you have different ages. So,
And I would point out, I would point out that there are multiple places in the Code of Conduct where we give guidance that was provided by the state of consideration of factors. So, for example, on page 40 and page 45, you'll see there the considerations that must be given when you're looking at the assignment of discipline, and they are things like self-defense or the intent, the discipline history, disability, foster care, the considerations and that is, coming back over to Mr. Garcia, the reasons why we have that menu of options, because we believe in the progressive discipline.
So to that point, and since it was told, which I haven't even seen the change that Ms. Hannon submitted this morning, it was mentioned here tonight that there was a change already to and I presume it's reflected online or something, but regarding the dishonesty in the graduation. With Ms. Jones' point about discipline history, and it sounds like that's part of practice as it is anyhow, is that something we could also include within the student code of conduct so that there's
Certainly.
mention of it?
Yes.
And vote with that in mind, knowing that,
If
and
it's
Mr.
not-
Brush, I guess we'd, defer to you on that one.
And what is the specific question?
So Ms. Jones mentioned that she, if I'm paraphrasing you correctly, but she mentioned that it's important, like in KDISD, they refer to disciplinary history, so the number of offenses, et cetera, is in consideration. Well, Dr. Mintz has also shared that that is part of our current practices as it is. It's just not reflected within the student code of conduct. So my request is,
It is on page 40.
but are you wanting it in the charts?
I want it in the charts.
I think she wants it in the charts because most people, like parents, are going to go to the quick reference chart, not necessarily, read the fine print, right?
Yeah, and they want it, for our parents, it has to be explicit because we hear out in the community, well, my child had a fight with this and he was disciplined this way and the child didn't get any discipline or what have you. So we have to really, really be blatant and transparent in our code of conduct of how we actually discipline without question.
So I think my question is, can we include the content regarding disciplinary history within the charts so that as Ms. Hannon's wanting to move forward and get a vote for this, right? So we can move forward with the student code of conduct and release it to our families.
Yes, that's an easy change.
It would require amendment of the motion that is currently pending.
It also, I believe it requires the language. So we have to prove with the amendment with the language in there, in the code of conduct.
I don't understand that, though,
We can't say that's a concept, there's a understanding that we can't do that.
Well, if that's the case, that is the same thing for graduation because there's language that I've never seen that's apparently in there. So I think that would be applicable to both circumstances.
If the graduation language was in what was submitted to the board today prior to the motion, it would be covered by the pending motion.
Okay. But the amendment for the chart, it has to have a clear language presented before the board can vote on. Is that correct?
I would agree that the board would need to specify the language in its amended motion.
The language is on page 40 and 45.
That's really.
I'm going to the page 40. Can you,
It's right here. So
I'm trying to find it. What paragraph?
it starts with in-school suspension. The header is in-school suspension. Page 40.
Hey. My numbering is different.
So may I? Okay.
So there's a-
Miss Malone, I think the understanding is, or Miss Jones, if my understanding is correct. So based on the legal advice, if we prove the student code of conduct today, we can request for revision, including the new information in there. Mr. Brush, is there any timeline? Like, how can we make that request? Is that something the board can make a request tonight in the motion or not?
To place anything in the motion, it would require amendment to the pending motion. It would require the board as a whole collectively to direct that specific language be included. But either event, it would require an amendment of the motion to, for example, approve the proposed student code of conduct, but direct that revisions be made.
I see.
So, Ms. Day, Ms. Jones just shared it with me as well as Dr. Gilliam under misconduct, where page 40, as Dr. Hartley already mentioned, and said that she would be good with that language reflected on the charts.
Can I ask that we be clear on what language you're referring to? Is it under misconduct? Is it the first paragraph on page 40?
That is correct, beginning
is
with
correct.
disciplinary, ending in offense.
Okay, and it's referring specifically to ISS placement.
But I think this, she's stating, would reflect the charts in its entirety.
But does that align with 3 to 5 or 3 to 12? That's what I'm saying.
It is K through 12.
Yeah,
These
K
are
through 12.
considerations that we have to put into any disciplinary action. So what the considerations are not in the paragraph, they're in the bullets underneath. In deciding whether to order in-school, out-school suspension, the CBC shall take into consideration then the list of all the considerations that are mandated by the state.
So there is no differentiation between the grade levels, right? That's
The only differentiation is the K through 2, which eliminates the options.
But other than K2 through 2, other than that, we don't have any.
No.
Okay.
Only these.
Only
Those
this.
And those are
Okay.
determined by the state.
Okay, I think that'd be too much for us to, my opinion is going to be too much for us to change the language to make a amendment on the dais, Ms. Malone.
If I understand correctly, we don't need to necessarily make an amendment. We can direct administration to include that content. Is that correct or no? Do we need to?
The board would need to make an amendment to the pending motion to approve the code of conduct and direct the administration to make a recommended change, but the board's motion would need to be precise as to what specific language would need to be included in the change, and also then the specific location for the language, and then the board would subsequently need to vote on the amended student code of conduct.
Absolutely.
Board of Trustees, I just want to offer up that on page 29 of the Student Code of Conduct, it talks about behavior management techniques, and it refers to statutory requirements must be followed. And if I'm not mistaken, and I think council can support this if I'm incorrect, under Chapter 37 of the Texas Education Code, it actually says that we are required to follow history, intent, ability to understand based on age, or mental ability to understand, and therefore we are including that within the Student Code of Conduct already.
And that is correct. And I would add that that language that's on page 40 is directly taken from the statute. And also that language on page 40 is repeated 6 times throughout the Code of Conduct. Page 40, 41, 42, 45, 51, and 55.
The charts are really more for here are all the options that the principals can do. And so they use that. So let's say your child gets in-school suspension and you want to know more about that, then you would turn in the Code of Conduct to in-school suspension and you would see, oh, they needed to have taken these things into account because it's written. If they get out of school suspension, you would turn to that section and it's going to be listed. Again, as Mr. Wilbank said, it's periodic throughout. So that way, if the family was homeless, they could say, wait a minute, you can't do that because we're homeless. And so that's really what the reference is for. The charts are really a guide, and a parent can certainly see, if my child does this, I'll know that one of these 3 things could happen, or one of these 10 things could happen. But it really is best when they want to dig deeper. This is where they go for more information. But that's just a practical application.
And also, Ms. Jones, in our meeting, we did talk about specifying the grade level in the McKinney-Vento, and we did include that verbiage, updated that verbiage on the charts as part of the headers of those charts.
Thank you. Thank you for the extra information. So, Mr. Hamilton.
Yes. So as a district, we've expended tremendous time and energy and effort seeking to reduce disproportionality in our discipline, and yet we still have disproportionality in our discipline. Why is that? Because the inequalities that exist outside of the campus are brought onto the campus. In my opinion, we have an aversion to negative consequences, partly as a fallout from the investigation and the lawsuit and all of that stuff that we have in our history. And in my opinion, in an effort to help black students particularly, I would say we are harming the students who are consistently disruptive the most by not employing negative resources, or negative consequences as a resource to correct their behavior. And then the second group that I would say we're harming the most is on the campuses where we have predominantly black students, we have the disruptive students who I believe we're not disciplining effectively. And because we're not disciplining them effectively, they continue to be disruptive. And as we've had parents of multiple races come and talk at board meetings over the past decade, they've made comments that we're robbing those students of an education because they have learning environments that are consistently disrupted. And so, in my opinion, the driving force with a lot of our discipline problems here is that we're seeking to comply with the OCR guidance. We're seeking to game the metric system rather than letting the driving force be do the right thing. And if we get dinged by the federal government, by the OCR, because if we did the right thing and we get dinged, then we'll live with that. If we do the wrong thing in any direction, if we're unfairly disciplining a student of any race, and we get dinged for that, then we go correct that. We train better. We deal with that when that comes up. And so to me, it sounds like a subtle difference, but as an athlete, I think there's a similar concept. I think this is a helpful analogy. So I played Division III basketball. So nobody on my team had athletic scholarships because that's Division III. We had a game my sophomore year in college against a Division II school. So most, if not all, of those athletes were on athletic scholarships. So they're supposed to win that game, right? The first 30 minutes of that game, so you play two 20-minute halves. First half and 10 minutes into the second half, we're mopping the floor with those guys. We're up 24 points with 10 minutes left in the game because we were out to win the game. We were going after winning the game. And I think most sports fans and most athletes and coaches will know where I'm going with this. We shifted from a mindset of go win the game to a mindset of let's not lose the game. So we went into a four corners offense. We tried to kill the clock. This Division II team, the Southern Arkansas Mule Riders, pretty great mascot, they came back, they tied the game in regulation, they beat us in overtime. So that last 10 minutes of the game, rather than keep the pedal on the gas and try to go win the game, we changed our focus to try not to lose the game, and it came back and bit us. And I would say, as a district, rather than primarily operating from a focus on do the right thing and we'll live with the results, we'll deal with the results as they come, I would say we're primarily operating from a mindset of trying to comply with the OCR guidance, and it's causing a lot of unintended consequences. And so, back to the Student Code of Conduct, I think we're giving campuses leeway to go in a softer direction, and whether it's clearly stating it, whether it's better training, whether it's better communication, the feedback that I've gotten from teachers and administrators and parents is that we are, sorry, I made a note that I want to read. I mean, it's just to me, and another issue that I have personally is that I feel like last year we voted to approve the Student Code of Conduct, and we gave administration the benefit of the doubt that they were going to take our feedback, that we wanted discipline more consistently enforced. And in my opinion, we did not. The benefit of the doubt was not rewarded as I hoped to see it, and so I'm reluctant to vote yes on this and give the administration the benefit of the doubt again, because I think we're going to continue things that I believe are pervasive problems in our district, and we need to send the message to our teachers, to our administrators. The driving force is do the right thing regardless of skin color of student. do the right thing and we'll live with the results. And I think, I know that we've had situations where campuses have been directed, they've been told, our numbers look bad, the metrics look bad, whatever that is, and that means our race-based metrics that we have to report to the OCR aren't looking the way we want them to. And so when we do that, we're communicating the opposite of do the right thing, because that's not, you can't do the right thing and game the metric system. So there's no, those things are mutually exclusive. And so that's where I am on it, and that's why I'm voting no personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
President Day, there's been a lot of things said tonight, and particularly some accusations that I think are harmful to the team, to Dr. Mensah, to all of us. And I want to make a few points that are very clear. I have been superintendent here almost 2 years, and all my team is out there. There's a lot of principals who actually listen to these meetings, so I hope they're listening. Never once has there been any direction to say, our numbers look bad, our numbers need to look better, you need to manipulate those numbers, you need to do something different to make the numbers look good. Never. Never. They have never been encouraged to do anything even remotely similar to that. I also stand firm that on July 25th, the first day of our leadership launch, where we have all of our administrators back, assistant principals, everyone, we had not passed the code of conduct. I commented to all of those leaders. These were almost my exact words. And I said, no matter what happens, we know what good schools do. They set up clear expectations for kids. They let them know exactly what's going to happen when they do what's right and exactly what's going to happen when they don't. That is your job. I also said to them, ironically, do the right thing. Do what you know works. You have the skills. You have the experience. That's what I said to our leaders on July 25th. And they have never been directed to do anything different. And I needed to say that.
Thank you, Dr. Rayback. I don't believe the board anyway imply any administration or administrator, direct that. I think maybe by Mr. Hamilton, I heard was maybe the campus, they kind of that's one of their concerns. So I'm glad you made this statement, because I think that made the message very clear to all the leaders on the campus. I do believe a lot of principals are listening to the board meeting. So I appreciate you make that comments and make the message clear. I do appreciate that. So, Ms. Jones.
Okay. So I listened to Dr. Whitback, and I'm just going to piggyback off of what Trustee Hamilton said about the disproportionate disciplining of African American students. I know of a couple who are leaving the district because of that's one of the issues. And they're putting their child in private school over in Memorial because of the simple fact that when they came to Houston, they also came from an elite private school up north, and they were alarmed not only by the restorative practices, the disciplinary problems within their child's school, the lack of curriculum development. Basically, their child was way far ahead when they first got here than what they're leaving with now, just to go catch up at the elite private school. But one thing that they told me was the simple fact that, and they're African American, I have to put that out there, they're African American who are actually saying that the disciplinary problems, the lack of disciplinary problems of other African American students are causing other African American students not to learn as well. And so when you think about, it's not just a black-white thing. I mean, and also there are African American administrators, there are African American teachers who are also experiencing the same thing by African American kids. Now, I understand what Mr. Hamilton is saying as it relates to disproportionality of discipline. But the reality is, in many of our schools, if the African American students are misbehaving disproportionately, that's the reality of it. And I'm not here to say, well, oh, protect our black kids, oh, enhance the other kids, or what have you. We as a district, we as parents, we as African Americans really need to just deal with the fact that if our kids are misbehaving, then they are to be disciplined, and they're not to be coddled, and they're not to have many excuses because, they're disciplining you because you're black. No, they're disciplining you because you're misbehaving, and that's the bottom line. And so when you look at that, and I work in a Title I school, I think about, I've dealt with kids who were in foster care. I've dealt with kids who are immigrants, who come here. And at the same time, I don't look at it from a view of, well, let's not discipline them based on race. I look at it as, you know what? They're kids, they misbehave, and a consequence must be applied, and we must address it. And the elephant in the room in regards to African American students is, honestly, there isn't enough discipline. And that's why we see so much restorative justice. That's why we see people getting out on PR bonds. And if you actually look at the disproportionality in the Harris County Jail right now, who are out on PR bonds, basically they are African American. So what I'm saying to you is this: the elephant is in the room, and we as a district, we must address it.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, and thank you for your passion. I appreciate that. So, Dr. Gilliam?
I just want to close and just thank Dr. Whitbeck for what she just said, because my ear is to the ground all the time. I'm not going to debate on what anyone said. I'm going to support what Dr. Whitbeck said. OCR came from another administration. I have not heard anything about OCR since Dr. Whitbeck has arrived here. That is what happened back then. Unfortunately, these stories are still being told. I have my ear to the ground. I am in Fort Bend ISD. I love me some Fort Bend ISD. I know people, I know principals, I know administrators, I know the ones that have retired and they're out and about and they're receiving information, and that information is good when it comes down to discipline. So what do I mean? Because I'm old too. So that means that friends of mine from over, they're not in Fort Bend anymore. They're not working, they're retired, but they're still coaching and mentoring the principals that are here now. And so I hear things, but I always have to measure it. Let's see, where did this come from? What is the background? And I normally can actually go to someone, hey, what's the real deal over here with this conversation that went on? So I want to stop because I know we're late, but I do want to share. I have not heard anything but positive when it came down to how the district is running with principals. Now, there are times that, we didn't want to do this and we didn't want to do that, but it's a major difference. And I don't say anything that I don't mean. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Ms. Malone?
Wow, y'all, this is a lot. First of all, a whole lot. So when I put my little thing in to speak, it was prior to all of that, so I'm going to condition it on that, because I still have a practical question, because I really don't want to get into the politics of it all. I'm just trying to do what I think is best for kids here, and I know everyone is, but it's just a lot, and it's heavy. And did Dr. Hartley leave? Okay, so I'll ask you this, Dr. Mensah. And this goes back to, I'm kind of still on the same point I was about the whole repeat offender kind of thing, right? And if that were something written within the sections. But I just have one major question with regard to that. So on page 74, it says failure to comply with assigned discipline. And I really struggled with this one. But again, like I said, when I heard that Trustee Jones was working with you all, I was like, okay, I'll get behind this, I think, but I have a few reservations, and this would be one of them in particular. So what I don't understand about that one is it's still on level 1. And I guess, some of the level 1 items I think make sense, but I have a hard time with one of them. So I'm going to give an example. And this just goes to things that I have heard previously. So let's say one of them is coercion or extortion or dating violence. And honestly, I see dating violence, and to me, I'm like, no level 1. You're not, depending on what it is, I'm going to slap you with ISS or OSS. I have very little tolerance for certain things. All right, but fine, level 1. If they fail to comply with assigned discipline, it says on here that they could have another restorative conference or chat. And I have a feeling that's not the intent of this as written, but I think in some cases that might be what's happening in the practice of it. But you tell me when it would be acceptable, I guess, for somebody to commit one of these level 1 offenses and then I think failure to comply was, okay, now we're on offense number 2 of the same thing, you've repeated it, and it's still level 1?
So, Dr. Hartley, we're on page 74 with the potential level 2 disciplinary actions. And the question is about, for those level 2 offenses, the list of additional action options, which are additional action options that you would have alongside ISS, OSS. And she wanted to know in what scenario would those be applicable?
So that's a good question. They would not be standalones. So when you have a level 2 offense, that opens the door for ISS or OSS. We call them non-Pbis reportable, which are listed under those additional action options. Those would supplement your ISS or your OSS. They would not be limited to. And let me tell you how it would work. When you have a level 2 offense, for example, I believe I walked in, you were talking about dating violence.
Well, wait. Dr. Hartley, I'm going to stop you real quick, if
Sure.
just for sake of time. So the main thing I'm concerned with is the very bottom.
Okay.
Failure to comply with assigned discipline.
Yes.
And the way I read it is let's say you did one of the above items within that same grouping, and we already had our restorative chat or whatever discipline we had, and you didn't comply with what was agreed upon. So now we're still in level, I see a checkbox there.
So we'd still be in level 2. You would still be a level 2, but
What is, it says level 1, okay. So still level 2.
it's a level 2, which means you have to give a Pbis reportable consequence. So you have to give ISS or you have to give OSS. So what could possibly happen, there's many scenarios and there's the considerations. So if I was assigned, say, for example, detention, and I did not do detention, and I blatantly refused to do detention, you would now get the failure to comply, which is a level 2, meaning I have to assign ISS or OSS. It doesn't give you the prescriptive number of days that you assign. The only thing regulation we would have is you cannot do more than 3 days of OSS, and that again is in Chapter 37. So I could give 2 days ISS or I could give it an OSS, depending on the progression in the discipline. All that it means at being a level 2 is that now you must do reportable action. You must do an exclusionary action. such as ISS or OSS, outside of K2.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. So here, I'm just going to close this. I want to remind the board tonight, we are voting on the Student Code of Conduct. And for myself, I'm asking a question is, do I believe this document will support the teachers and give clear guidance to the teachers and students and parents? That's the question I'm asking myself when I cast this vote. And also under the impression, if we feel this, we did not approve this one, the current, stop me, Ms. Brush, if I'm saying it wrong, the current one will still in effect until we prove the new one. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. So with that being said, please cast your vote. Okay. Motion failed 4-3. So now we're going on to the next item, which is Superintendent Start of School Update. Dr. Wayback, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Tonight's update will provide an overview of the opening of school and the preparedness of the various departments. This summer, our organizational development team completed 1,083 professional learning sessions in collaboration with Academic Affairs, Athletics, CTE, and Fine Arts. 672 teachers who are new to Fort Bend ISD have attended new teacher orientation. They were comprised of veteran teachers, first years, apprentices, and at New Teacher in Service, we had about 20 teachers that we recognized with over 30 years' experience that were just newly hired to our district. We also held a teacher academy and issued mentor assignments for the 143 first-year teachers we have and 96 instructional apprentices. Meet the Teacher Nights are going on all across the district, and some other events that we wanted to make you aware of. At Marshall High School, they held the 5th annual Party on the Run. It's back to school fun fair, and it was supported by our board members. At Travis High School, the hallway rally took place. This is a high-energy annual event where students led staff through the halls to the sign, "Once a Tiger, Always a Tiger," and to show their commitment to excellence. It was lots of fun. I did see that one. And at Willow Ridge, they held the 12th annual Wall of Honor induction. The ceremony was created by former student T.J. Ford of the NBA fame and his mother, Mary. Each year, Willow Ridge honors former students and staff who've made an impact on their community. There were 13 alums inducted, and 3 of those are current Fort Bend ISD staff members, Assistant Athletic Director Shannon Rideout, Willow Ridge head football coach Kendron Penson, and Heritage Rose teacher Krista Coleman. Our training didn't stop with just our teachers. It also permeates the organization, and our paras had a prep rally for all paraprofessionals in the district to instruct and encourage and inspire them. You can see lots of them there. We also held a customer service training, PD, for receptionists, and about 75 different receptionists attended that one. From a safety perspective, our police departments communicated the standard response protocols and emergency drill expectations to all school administrators. The department has currently 61 officer positions, and they are continuing to hire additional ones. Part of their recruiting effort included a month-long social media campaign, and it generated nearly 8,000 clicks, and so they are seeing a 33% uptick in officer applications. So wish them good luck as they continue to fill their needs. Information technology has been busy, 7,688 work orders. That's a lot. The number of open work orders has been reduced to 474, and that's an average of 5 per campus. And additionally, IT has purchased and prepared more than 9,500 new devices for butcher, Ferguson Elementaries, and Crawford High School, and moved thousands of devices to the consolidated Blue Ridge Briargate and Mission Bend Glen schools. Our transportation department is ready to roll. They have been busy making sure the fleet is safe and prepared. And just like in districts all over the nation, we're beginning the year with a bus driver shortage. Our staggered school start times do help us greatly. We do have 48 routes that do not currently have a driver assigned, but we will cover those using bus driver trainers, mechanic shop staff, and managers who step in to run routes. But yes, do be assured they are CDL certified. Our child nutrition department is ready. They are planning to serve 40,000 daily lunches and 12,000 daily breakfasts. And also students who receive reduced price meals will receive breakfast at no cost. Our summer graduation, we were really proud of our students. 80 students received their high school diplomas recently. And these kids did not give up. They pushed through, and that kind of perseverance can take you a long way in life. So congratulations to all of them and their families that hung in there with them. So to kind of close with challenges, we have currently 205 teacher vacancies. I do want to stress, though, that we have 4,700 teachers, so that's a 4.3% as we are opening the year. So some classes will start with substitute teachers, or we'll use other alternatives that have incorporated certified educators. House Bill 3 requires an armed officer on every campus. The district will likely file a good cause exemption because we do not have the personnel currently to cover all 50 elementaries. And we know that Chief Ryder will be in communication as we work with the board on that process, but we will be looking at a rover system to rotate within the feeder patterns for our elementaries. And finally, convocation across the district. This past Friday, our entire staff viewed our digital convocation in their schools and their offices, and it was very, very positive and well received. We want to show you just a portion of one of the stories. I think we need a bit of reaffirming what's going on out there, so this is probably great timing. This is a story that was on the convocation video from our Teacher of the Year 2023 Elementary, Lindsay Kuhn, who teaches special needs children, hearing impaired, at Sugar Mill Elementary.
Good morning, Austin. The students that come into my ABC classroom come in with significant deficits. So many of my students really struggle with communication, and when they can't have their most basic needs met when they need to have them met, simply because they can't tell the individuals in their environment, hey, I'm hungry, I need to eat, I'm tired, my head hurts, I'm in pain, can you help me? Giving them a voice that allows them to get their most basic needs met opens up an entire world to these students.
That video goes on to show how this student was just amazing in finding his voice with an electronic device. It's quite touching. I encourage you to try to see all of it in our convocation, which is now, I believe, posted on our website, correct? Yes. And so the days they were rolling, that was very special. And you can also see our secondary teacher of the year as well, doing just Coach Reddick. He'll now be at Crawford. But after a lot of hard work, we are ready to greet 80,000 students across our district, and we will do that with a intent to know our impact and to choose to care.
Thank you, Dr. Rebecca. It's great news for everyone. We are ready for a new year. And welcome back, everyone. So next, we have board committee report. And first, audit committee, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Ms. Day. We had a update at the last meeting, but since between the last meeting and this one, we also had a meeting. We met with the committee, Mr. Bassett from administration, and we sort of went down the list. I had conversations with Dr. Whitbeck, and we had talked about some areas of need that the district was looking at. One of those areas was special education, and then Dr. Hill came in and gave us some information. They'd actually been working on some things prior to, so it was like I think Dr. Hill said, perfect timing. The stars aligned. We were already working on some things to review that program. The meeting itself, we had a very good meeting. I think we're going to meet again probably in the next week or so, and then hopefully at the next board meeting we'll bring some recommendations to you all to vote. But we talked about cost savings. I know we've got the efficiency audit coming up, which is something we do every year anyway. But in the event that we were to call a TRE for this year, a cost savings audit might not be a bad idea to reaffirm to the public that we are doing everything that we can to be efficient and good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. So those are some things that are on the table currently. So, and that's the gist of that report. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Just so you know, Ms. Garcia, Dr. Gilliam, and myself serving on the audit committee this year. So if you have any questions, please reach out. So next one is Equity Committee report. Dr. Gilliam.
Thank you, Madam President. As chair of the Equity Committee, I'd like to share an update. First of all, the board did agree to have an equity committee, and that was since July 20th, 2020. So the board took action to initiate a district equity audit and to create a board equity committee. So I also want to just share that a motion was made by Mrs. James and seconded by Mrs. Tasson that the Board of Trustees create a board a board equity committee that will first develop and recommend to the board a working definition of equity to guide the board's work, and the board will initiate a district equity audit, initiate creation of a board development plan on equity that will be informed by the board equity committee recommendation to the board. And that motion passed 7-0, 7 yeas, 0 noes. So the audit that we will have, this audit will focus on assessing student access to high-quality teachers, curriculum and programming coursework, and achievement to close the gaps. Following the assessment in these areas, implementation of research-based practices to close identified gaps will be monitored for impact within a continuous improvement framework. And again, that was July the 20th, 2020. We will be using Hanover Research. Our first meeting for the equity audit team will be in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Next, we have information item. So I just want to, obviously my plan failed badly today regarding to the time. So I just want to remind everyone this is a workshop review. So we don't have any action items. So I will ask my fellow trustees, be mindful if you have questions, if you can take it offline and to clarification before next board meeting. I would really appreciate it. So with that, I'll turn over to Dr. Wayback or
Dr. Lawson.
Dr. Lawson. Okay.
Good evening, President Day, board members, Superintendent Whitbeck. We're here tonight to provide an update to policy EIC local rank as requested by the board on April 17th and then most recently discussed at the July 27th board workshop. A tremendous amount of research and data has been collected and examined. This is a difficult decision, and there is no perfect solution. So tonight, we'll highlight and clarify the work as well as make a recommendation. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Pilar Westbrook.
Sorry, just 1 second. Get the PowerPoint up. To start out, we want to say why we're here. So originally in 2019, there were questions related to how rank was done, brought forward by the community. And so policy was revised in the 2019-2020 school year. That policy was implemented for the class of 2024. They received their rank in January, and so it's become more obvious to families, and so more information was shared by the community around class rank and their concerns around class rank. And so at the April 17th board meeting, the board gave a one-time release of class rank for students in the class of 2024. So they had their rank on their transcript. So what we did was provided a board workshop on July 27th. And in that workshop, we had different members of different teams provide information, including Dr. LaShonda Page, who reached out to universities and spoke to them about how they admit students related to test scores, rank, and other factors. We had Dr. Page and Jennifer Chadwick reach out to other school districts to find out if they are ranking or non-ranking and how they handle ranking in their school district. Dr. Tracy Van Wright supported us with research. Jennifer Chadwick also provided data. And then additionally, Dr. Tiffany Unruh provided us help with a survey to the community. And that survey input was put together in a format that we could share with the board and look at the data that families, students, and the community and our staff members shared with us via the survey. And then Lisa Costin's team provided us information related to research on accountability. So in the survey, there were about 1,700 families that responded, about over 700 staff, campus and district-based, and then students, over 1,300 students in grades 6 through 12 that provided input on the survey around class rank. There was agreement across stakeholder groups to recommend class ranking for students to receive quartile and continue the top 10%. So quartile is top 25, 50, and 75%. And there was agreement in a choice of one first or second choice for ranking students with the campus they attend. So going a little bit deeper into that, here is the data related to quartile, as parents, student, and staff all chose to provide quartile as their first choice and top 10% getting their rank. Additional data is that parents chose to have students ranked with a program of choice as their first choice and as the campus of attendance as their second choice. Students chose to have ranking be by campus of attendance, and then staff members chose as first and second choices ranking with the program of choice and ranking with the campus of attendance. Our university official that gave us information on as a recruitment specialist provided information around how University of Houston takes in students. So they look at test scores, SAT or ACT, and they look at the quartile which in a student's class rank falls. If they don't provide SAT and ACT, then they look at the GPA range, and this helps them determine if it's an assured admissions or if it's an individual holistic review. Additionally, we got an opportunity to hear from other universities like University of Texas at Austin, who admits top 6% into UT Austin as 6.000% and above. And then additionally, hearing from Rice University, who said they put more weight on the students' actual essays, letters, and if students are interesting, and if they contribute to the university, if they will be a contributing member to the university, they put more weight on that. And then lastly, Texas A&M, all these universities our students do go to, and at a high rate for University of Houston, University of Texas, Texas A&M, Houston Community College, and Wharton Junior College. And Texas A&M follows a pretty standard method of either ranking or, if there's not a rank provided, putting the students into a rank across all students that apply to Texas A&M. We also had discussion with our technology department that provided information related to what we can systematically do with the Skyward system. And based on what Skyward can do, it can allow us to provide calculate rank in the system, not show rank to particular groups of people like students and parents so that we could still calculate for quartile. And then, though it is physically able to allow staff to see the rank in the background of quartile, it is not recommended as it's unrealistic to have it as a one-at-a-time request. Additionally, changes to the transcript have to be made at all student level. So either every single student gets rank or no students get rank. Same with quartile. And now I'll turn it over to Kobe Wilbanks, legal counsel.
We did have several questions regarding what the law allows us to do in these situations. The first question, does the law allow us to change midstream, so to speak, for those students who are already in high school? The answer is yes. There's no legal prohibition that prevents us from changing a student who is currently in high school. There are other considerations, but there's not a legal prohibition that would prevent that. Additional questions, the district can choose which campus body our academy students are ranked with. The campus that student attends or the campus that student is zoned to. You do have that flexibility to make that choice. And then finally, the district can provide quartile rankings and remain a no-rank campus. The reason for that is on the next slide. And that reason is that, quite frankly, there's not a lot of guidance in the law, whether that's TEA guidance, rules, or the education code. You see on the screen there the extent of the guidance to determine what ranking or non-ranking is in the law. And then finally, that leads us to kind of where I'll give it back to Dr. Westbrook, the question regarding can we rank our academies and other other groups, other campuses of choice, I suppose, separately in their own, kind of as their own class. The answer to that ultimately rests in Education Code Chapter 51. There's a provision that does allow for academies and other of the programs to be ranked alone and independently. However, that requires those academies to have been in existence in the year 2000, 2001. And as far as we can tell, this is where I'll pass it back to Dr. Westbrook, as far as not all of our academies were in existence at that point in time.
That's correct. So we did not have all of them in established at that point. 1998 was when academies were established. There were 3 original academies, and according to board documents from those years that have been gone through, as well as information in documents that we had in-house, we were able to determine that essentially digital media, engineering, and medical science academies were established as of 1998, and then the additional academies came after that. And so not all of them would fall under the statute that allows for ranking separately special academies or programs. So additionally, a question came up in the board workshop around graduation and how we would handle graduation. And in working with Dr. Lemley and DSL members, the idea is that if a student is attending a campus, they would walk in that graduation ceremony for that campus. As far as participating as a graduation speaker, they would apply under FMH policy to speak at graduation if they meet the requirements under FMH. And then all honor graduates would be recognized during the graduation ceremony with the campus they attend, regardless of being in the program of choice. It's the campus they attend, and we would honor those honor graduates in that graduation ceremony. And then looking at the distribution of students in class rank and those who are attending versus those who are not attending. This is information that we tried to make a little bit more consumable for purposes after the board workshops input from the board. And number of students not attending averages to 8 students per campus distributed across the district, where all programs of choice are on 6 campuses, ranking back to the zoned campus under the current 2024 method distributes it across all high schools, whereas in the old method under 2023, where students are ranked with a campus of attendance, you see in the second to last column that essentially the average is 16 students per campus, but you can see the distribution across those who are not zoned in the top 10%, being ranked with the campus they attend in that program of choice. So that brings us to, oh, did you want me to go back?
I think we're missing Clements on here. Oh, this one, oh, sorry.
All right, so beginning with recommendations for where should we go from here based on this information. We understand that we want to make sure that we're providing the best guidance possible for the determinations. So we cannot see a reason that would be not advisable to provide quartile. So we feel like quartile is something that could be given for the class of 2024 and could be actionable for the board if they so choose. And continuing with the top 10%, it's in alignment with the survey results, and it balances the academics and mental health, and it supports scholarships and automatic admissions for our students, because in our research, what we found was even students who may be in a 50% or a 75% quartile, some universities actually want that information, and it can help them be admitted automatically. And so that is advisable that we would do quartile. For the program of choice rank recommendation for classes of 24 to 27, as legal counsel, I believe, already spoke about, essentially the idea keeping the rank the way it is currently for those classes, and then for the class of 2028. Here is information around campus of attendance. As I shared with the data, concentrates the academy students through the 6 campuses. The zoned ranking method disperses across top 10% spots. In the attending campus model, automatic runs of rank happen in Skyward. It's very standard for that system. The more creative zoned method is more labor intensive on staff. In the attending model, students have the same teachers, same courses, same remediation, same campus culture. In the zoned campus, students are ranked with students from their community that they may have gone to elementary or middle school with. In the attending campus model, parents, students, and staff chose this option on the survey as either number 1 or number 2 of their preference. And then in 2019, families in the district did request that the ranking option be adjusted from the attending method to some other method across the district. Thank you so much, and if you have anything else, we're here.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Do we have questions from the board? Ms. Hannon.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So I'm trying to go back to the slide, which I'm not finding in my packet. Oh, here it is. Could you go back to the ranking slide that showed the parents, the students, the staff, and the numbers?
This one?
No, it's labeled ranking, and it shows the number of votes, I guess. Yes, that one. So I just want to, I guess I just wanted the full board to look at the difference, because I'm going to say, with all due respect for the class of 2024, who are the guinea pigs of this hot mess that our board has been placed in. If you'll look, I want to draw your attention. All students get their rank look at how close that turned out. Right? We have 3,018 suggested the whole class get their rank versus 3,060. I mean, that is within that is not substantial. I don't think the parent one is a little different. And I wonder, I trust that the staff completely understood this, but I wonder if parents, and I don't mean to offend any parents, but if they understood that if your child is ranked 11th, now they're going to be just the quartile. And so as a parent who just finished 8 back-to-back admissions tours last week, I got some business fresh on my mind. And so what I am going to tell you for the class of 20, I know we're not voting on anything right now, but I want this to be very public. I am going to reject the notion of quartile ranking for a couple of reasons. Admissions opened for the majority of universities on August 1st. August 1st. Many of our students have already either submitted for early decision or they're just Johnny on the ball and they've submitted for regular decision. So, those kids are, going to UT, wherever they're applying, U of H. So we've got kids within the class of 2020 in Fort Bend ISD that some of them are going to submit because they're using the transcript and we all voted on it, and everybody knows that's the one that kept me up all night and still does, that we gave them their rank. We gave them their rank. And then we're going to change the game. Different kid applies to the same university with different numbers. And I just think that's very confusing, which is one of the reasons I initially did not vote for it, because I think that we caused a little bit of the confusion on top of what we inherited from the previous board. So I put that up because I really, really want this board to know. And for those of you who maybe don't have kids there yet, it was very disturbing to me to think my kid might get 4 minutes. Two admissions officers are going to read, they're going to split my kid's essay and everything on their common app. And my kid's going to get 4 minutes. And what of those 4 minutes is going to be easiest for an admissions officer to look at?
Make or break.
And so, and including when you look at, and I mentioned this in our workshop, when you look at the common data set, there are a whole lot of universities that tick off that box that says very important class rank. And I know that, and I absolutely appreciate everything that the staff put into the research for us, but the sample of the quartile with U of H is one school. My kid might go to U of H, but not all of our kids go to U of H. And we have seen the list of campuses, not campuses, school districts, and how they're ranking. And I know Katy ISD does quartile rank, but we're not Katy ISD. So I would just implore my colleagues on the board to think about that quartile with the current guinea pig class of 2024 that we just gave their rank, and they are already applying to colleges. I think you started that way, you got to proceed that way. Now, I will agree 100% that when we look at any changes, the changes with where you're ranked starts with the kids who will be rising 9th graders next year, our current 8th grade class. Because it's just I want kids ranked at their school, but and I know Mr. Wilbank said there's nothing legally that says we can't change the game on kids, change the rules in the middle of the game. But I think ethically, that's a poor decision. You can't, it's the fourth quarter of the football game.
We changed.
The kicker now has to be your quarterback. Oh, sure, that sounds fair. Let's do that. So anyway, thank you, Ms. Day. Oh, I want to add one other thing, because when we look at numbers, we got a FAQ workshop on class rank, and it was the survey participation. And when you look at it, so I know Clements High School, looking back historically, did a, they got a the school of choice removed from their campus, right? It's not there. They didn't want it. They got it gone. So if you look at the number, it would be interesting to see the percentage. I didn't do that. But of all of the high schools that we totaled the survey by the feeder pattern, Clements High School had 807 of the votes. Let's compare that with Bush High School that had 124, Willow Ridge had 45, even Dulles High School with one of the biggest academies, thank you, they only had 424 submit. And so those Clements parents, and good, good for the parents for paying attention, right? But it was a substantially higher percentage coming from 3 non-academy schools. That was Austin High School, Ridge Point, and Clements. So again, just encouraging the board to think about, data, you got to look really hard at the data, because sometimes data isn't what you think it is. And I think it's important to think about who was voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ms. Hannon, for that information contribution. Can we go back to the slide where we started at with Mrs. Hannon? So similar to Mrs. Hannon's point that she was just making, so there's a, it's a distant third, just looking at where it finished with first and second, but there are enough parents, students, and staff picked the third option that if hypothetically we went back and gave them, we kind of forced them to choose between the top 2 options, then number 1 might stay number 1, or number 2 might jump to number 1. And so I think I think we kind of have we still have questions, even though we have some good data here. So I think my guess would be families in the top 10% would probably go the rank option if they had to choose, and parents outside the top 10% may choose the other option. But you never know. So I do agree with going back to the previous method of ranking students where they attend. So it's good to see some fairly strong consensus on that front. But thank you. Thanks for providing this information, going through this process.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Ms. Malone.
Yes, thank you, President Day. I'm going to be very brief in the interest of time and just ask more questions later, but I do want to piggyback on both of y'all's comments, in particular regarding the survey and who actually completed the survey. I find the data skewed as a result, because it's not really a problem until it's a problem. Mm-hmm. And the reality is that there are folks at some campuses, I know in particular, that did not really voice their opinion or concern, or nor did they partake in the survey for whatever reason. I don't know. Maybe it's because of communication and they didn't know there's a survey, or they, just missed the boat on that, or glossed over. And again, it's not a problem for them currently, so it's not necessarily on their radar. And I don't know how you really go about getting better information related to those folks other than trying to communicate more to get their engagement. And so with that, I don't know if it's feasible, but to Mr. Hamilton's point of narrowing it down to their first 2 options, and if we were to possibly resurvey folks and also push engagement, particularly with it being back to school at campuses that have academies located on their premise, I think that's very important for those folks to recognize the stake in the game that they have right now. And for us to hear their voices, because at least, well, not at least for me. For me, I really look at myself as a representative of the people and wanting to understand what are their voices across the whole district and trying to do what's best for the majority of the kids that we can, right? With that lens. So I'm going to just leave it at that. I have a few other questions, but I'll take it offline. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. Ms. Jones.
Okay. So, I don't know, maybe I'm just worried about the wrong thing right now. And I asked this same question, and I have yet to receive an answer about. And it was interesting in the workshop when I asked the question, I received several emails, not only from parents, but people from the higher education community saying, yeah, where is the data? So I'm going to ask the question again. Does the class rank matter? And I'm asking, where's the data that supports the retention and the graduation rates of students who are ranked versus those who are not ranked? Because we can rank them all day long, but when we send them to college with the participation trophy, and the retention rates are high because they're not able to perform, then that looks bad on the district because of the simple fact that we didn't rank them, we don't really know where they're at academically, and we just sent them out there. And at the same time, when we send students who are not ranked, that's their parents' money as well. So that reflects back on the district. So I'm asking the question again, because that's what part of what I'm going to base my vote on is, does it matter? What's the retention rate? What is the graduation rates for students who are ranked versus students who are not ranked?
So we provided the information that was available through Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and that information correlating to a particular student A and their graduation from college was not something that staff was able to actually put their hands on. A one-to-one correlate was not available, and the data is essentially very old in terms of the fact that we've gone through a pandemic, and it really wouldn't be reflective of today.
I'm sure that there is some data that's out there. And like I said, we have to really consider what are we sending our students into versus ranking versus non-ranking. And we need to really look into that. Are they graduating college or are they dropping out of college in the first year? And that is my biggest concern and where I stand on my vote.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. I have two questions. One is on the same slide right here. So you have a student, like 3,000. I think I want to follow up with Ms. Hannon's question. So those two numbers are extremely close to each other. So I wanted to know, do we have information regarding to the grade level for those students? Like, for example, I just use 3,060 students. Are they like high school students? How many out of 3,000 was high school student, middle school or elementary school level? And the same thing for the next, the ranked 2, 3,018.
So it would take me more than a few seconds to find that, but I can get it to you.
Yes, the reason I'm asking because, like picking back on Ms. Malone's or Ms. Jones, sometimes if you're like in kindergarten, it doesn't really matter to you as much as you have a high school student. So that's if you are a high school student. So that's why I'm just asking that question. So second, I wanted to ask, as of today, I believe that information was provided in email to me, but I wanted to ask in public, as of today, is Fort Bend ISD a ranked district or is a non-ranked district?
For the summer release of student transcripts with the rank on the transcript, we were not able to say that we were a non-ranking district because we provided rank on the transcript. So we were ranking at the point of summer. To my understanding, though, I probably need some advisement on whether moving forward, if this is a one-time release of rank or if it's a permanent change to class of 2024's ranking.
Our current policy is that we are a non-ranking district. The board made an exception to that at the beginning of the summer. And so for that exception, we are a ranking district for that time period. As we move forward, our policy currently sits as identifying us as a non-ranking district.
Okay, thank you for that. So the reason I'm asking because Ms. Hannon bring up a good question, and today we got an email regarding to a parent, if their kids applying for college as of now, they need to put it's a ranked district with their ranking, but if they apply in July based on which option we voted on, it can change from ranked to non-ranked. No, I mean July, not July. I mean September or October, right? So it may change from ranked district to non-ranked district. Is that correct?
That's an accurate statement.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the work. And if you haven't watched the workshop, I really encourage the parents to watch the workshop. It's very informative. Thank you.
Ms. Day, can I add just one point of clarification? In the slides, mine are not numbered, I'm sorry, but there's a chart that has some green highlighting, and that shows the breakdown by grade level. You asked that a moment ago.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. That's what I'm looking for right there. I see it. Thank you.
And just further clarification, it doesn't say how many. These are weighted, not votes. So if they ranked first, second, third, there was a number of points weighted to their choices in their feedback.
So if you can provide me with a number, yeah, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Additionally, the student responses are only from grades 6 through 12.
Yeah, there were others because one of the slides showing the student number 6 and above is only 1,300 some student. But then when you look at this number, though, it's more than that. That's why I was asking.
So it's a point system that was used. So points were applied to the actual choices. And I wish Dr. Unruh was here to explain it better than I can. But essentially, that piece is related to how they scored it, giving it a weight. So giving it points to be weighted based on choices.
So I can provide a bit of clarification. So on if they picked first, it was worth 5 points. Second, it was worth 3 points. And third was 1 point for score for each of the options and then totaled.
Okay. Thank you. With that, I think we're moving on to the next item, which is budgetary, legislative, and compensation update. Thank you, Mr. Guan, for the...
Ms. Day, if I might interrupt.
Yes, please.
I would say that this board does need to consider before the next transcripts are, next official transcripts are issued, that we must determine for the class of 2024 what we're doing. And I think that would need to be an action item of some sort. So if you and Dr. Whitbeck could work on that, I would really appreciate it. And I'm sure many parents and students in the class of 2024 would as well.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Yes. So while we're waiting for this, let's go ahead and move on to the next item. Is for Briargate Elementary School and Mission Bend Elementary School. We want to see the designs. Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight, and sorry to keep you guys waiting for this long. Thank you.
I do not see. Are the presentations inside the Bond 2023 agenda? Are they inside the agenda? Nope. Well, I can stick my, I thought it was on there. So where can I stick it in? All right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Springer. I am principal in charge and executive vice president at Kirksey Architecture. And with me, Jody Sergi is our associate vice president and senior project manager. And Kirksey is the architect on the new Briargate Elementary. Briargate Elementary, which will be located at 15817 Blue Ridge, is a consolidation of two schools, Blue Ridge Elementary and Briargate. The basis of design is Lakeview Elementary, and as a consolidation, this new school is going to be 1,000 students. So using Lakeview as the basis of design, obviously it's a little bit bigger. Lakeview is for 500, 600 students, and so the design has been adjusted to meet the required capacity of 1,000 students. This project started off with community engagement that happened this July and August, and we had 4 meetings, 3 of which were interactive work sessions, where we met with the community, parents and teachers, and got their feedback on what they were hoping and desiring for their school, and were able to get really great information about them and how important this new campus was going to be to their community, and how appreciative they were of the opportunity to participate in this engagement, to give their ideas about the kind of school that they were hoping for. And this slide kind of shows some of the things that they talked about, that they wanted to really build on the strong past history of Briargate Elementary and the Missouri City community, but knowing that we were designing a school for the future that needed to meet the needs of today's students and make sure that we were also building the pride and history of that community. We looked at the site planning, because that's probably one of the biggest parts of putting a rebuild or a replacement school on a campus, and understood what some of the very positive elements of the site are, existing trees, and how we were going to design not only the outdoor learning spaces, but the exterior spaces. And if you know anything about Lakeview Elementary, the courtyard design is a big part of that project. And so creating a safe and secure environment where the playground and the outdoor learning spaces are protected by the campus was really one of the things that the community really liked about Lakeview. Post-occupancy surveys were given at Lakeview, as well as the community members were able to go visit Lakeview and identify and get really excited about what their new campus could be like. And it also helped us figure out what were the great things about Lakeview that we wanted to make sure were going to happen in this new campus. With all the activities that we had, we came up with what we call the growing garden concept, and really are trying to create a great learning environment for students, which is about growing students in a welcoming, healthy learning environment. Here you can see the site plan. Again, as we mentioned, it is the courtyard shape. The entry for the campus is going to remain on Laughlin Drive, taking advantage of the ability to allow for car drop-off, making the most of allowing us to have the necessary parking spaces, creating an outdoor space that's going to get great airflow, and just in general, creating a really protected campus off of the main roads with all of the courtyard area protected. Here you can see the floor plan, and the biggest difference about this campus, because of the increased capacity, or the 1,000 student capacity, is that there is a 2-story wing that faces the south. But in the floor plan, you can see the academic areas are connected by the administration, which is here, let's say the center of this L shape, with the shared spaces on the north side, shared spaces being art and music, and the cafeteria and gym, while the grade level classes are taking place in this south bar, where the front entry, as I mentioned, is adjacent to the original front entry of the current Briargate. Here you can see that 5th, 4th, and 3rd grade are on the 2nd floor, and so really sort of creating this very clean area of from 1st through 5th is in this south wing, and the pre-K classrooms are on this west wing. And then we have a few images to show you of the schematic design so you can get a sense of what the building would look like. As I mentioned, it's a 2-story wing on that Laughlin Drive, and you can see here the main entry, which is a feature that helps create that welcoming look to the campus that everyone liked from Lakeview. But you can see that this 2-story feature. This is looking into a small courtyard, so there are existing trees that are then highlighted by the entry lobby and the views out to the courtyard. And here you can see what we're calling the larger courtyard, which is further down to the east, where you can see that all of the classrooms basically open out or look out onto this courtyard with the outdoor learning areas and porches that you can see as it wraps around the campus. So when you're in the cafeteria or in the library, you're always looking out to the courtyard. And questions? Let's try to be brief.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions? Ms. Hannon? No. Ms. Malone?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have one quick question. When I'm looking at the schematic here and I see the ELP section, what is that? It looks kind of small. Can you tell me what that was the design capacity on that is?
I think the design capacity for that, is, Ashley, can you remind me for that one? Sorry.
Hi. Sorry. When we were actually working with Extended Learning Program, we asked them to take a look at the amount of people or amount of participation that they are currently seeing in the 2 schools and the neighboring areas. They decided, because we needed to create a family resource room, that is actually located right next to the administration room, our administration area, that we took that square footage that ELP agreed upon to be removed and put that in the family resource center. So as far as capacity, I will have to get you, I think we have lockers now for 50 students.
Okay. So I basically 2 questions. One is the ELP and capacity, basically wanting to know, because these are, I don't know the numbers of those 2 campuses, but the way I think of it, right? And a lot of them are, maybe it could be single moms or it could be 2 household incomes. and they need that extended learning care. So it just seems small. I want to make sure we have capacity to meet our families' needs, because I know currently in some campuses, the demand is greater than the capacity. And so if we're building from scratch, I would hope that we would have that in mind and ensure that we have capacity to meet the demands of that area. So that's number one, if y'all can just confirm that, hey, we're going to meet the demands and we're not going to have an issue with capacity. The second one is regarding pre-K. I know you mentioned it in the wing. I just can't, I don't know which class.
Yes, the pre-K classroom is right here. So we've got pre-K.
I'm sorry, where's right here?
Oh, see my little mouse?
No. Okay, I can now.
The pre-K classroom is right here.
Okay.
And we've got 8 classrooms dedicated to pre-K and K, with the sizing being that they can make the adjustments for if there's more pre-K, then they can make that adjustment.
Okay, so back to that same thing with y'all are going to do your jobs, and I expect that. I just am thinking from my perspective and hearing from folks in the community, and also knowing that we're trying to attract back families in that area particularly. And one of the carrots, if you will, is this brand new bright school. And so I hope it works, and I hope that they all want to come to Fort Bend ISD, those who we've lost, and that there's a new confidence and level of excitement. But with that being said, I also realize that within that area, pre-K is a need, and we've found great success in the Hunters Glen Elementary School, like in the ELCs over there, that it's been very successful. And I just want to make sure that we have that in mind and that we're going to continue to offer that programming because it's effective. And then when this is something separate from your design, but I'm thinking this for our board, when we're talking about the STAR testing and, you know, the stakes of the game and how it's all being changed, we're very keenly aware of those changes, but we know that this pre-K program and the early literacy program has been extraordinarily effective. And so my hope is that we make sure we have the capacity. I think somebody said recently we're almost at capacity with ELC as it stands today. And so when I hear that, I'm excited. And this is just district-wide, not at that campus, but I want to ensure that we're building to grow that and make sure that these babies have a place they can call home and grow with Fort Bend ISD, and that that's being considered. So please look into that, because it looks, and again, I'm just looking at the page, but those two things look a little concerning to me. But other than that, it's beautiful, and I'm excited. And I'm ready for, what did you say, growing the garden? Let's grow the garden. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malone. That's a good question. So, Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Thank you for that presentation. It's really cool to see what we voted on several months ago starting to come to life, and see the pictures and the graphics, and see all your hard work come to fruition. I'm just curious, have you had conversations within that community about possibly changing the name? Has that been discussed?
So I think it hasn't been discussed fully, but it has been a topic that has come up, right? And it's just something that I think we're still, General will be working through.
Okay. So
currently it's Briargate Elementary, but yeah, it was something we discussed.
Okay. Yeah, so I'd love the community to make that decision. I assume that Briargate's going to be a strong choice to keep the legacy name and the neighborhood name, but I would also love to see Thurman Thomas Elementary come to fruition after NFL Hall of Famer who grew up in that area. So that would be really cool for me personally, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Thank you for this presentation. Like Ms. Malone said, it's a beautiful campus, and we're all very excited. So with that, please move on. Thank you.
I don't know. Let me look. This isn't my thumb drive.
Okay. I was like, there it is. Perfect. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you so much for having us. I'm so excited to tell you about the great work that we've been doing with the wonderful faculty and administration in Fort Bend. I'm Melissa Turnbaugh. I'm a partner at PBK. I'm honored to have been working on the Mission Bend Rebuild project. So thank you again for having us. So like the great work that Kirksey and their team are doing, we have been honored to work with the community. We had 4 great community meetings with the families, administrators, and community members of both Mission Bend and Mission Glen. They had really great input in each part of the process. As a part of these 4 community meetings, as well as a tour of Neal Elementary School, we heard a lot of great feedback. We know that while this might have been PBK's design and collaboration, this is their campus, and so we really wanted to make sure that it could be customized for them, but with keeping in the guidelines of the district standards. So as a part of the collaborative effort, we established some guiding principles for the project. These were their words of things celebrating the diversity in their school, making sure it's natural materials and natural light, celebrating their different learning styles. Then we had collaborative site strategy, and I'll show you an example of that. We toured Neal Elementary School to get them an idea of some of the spaces that they might be occupying. And then we had an interactive kind of architectural character exercise. This was a fun exercise where we brought a lot of different boards together to help understand in pictures what resonated with their community. With that, I mentioned we did interactive exercises. So we actually had parts and pieces that we let them lay out. It was in this exercise that we broke into 2 different groups, and they came up with 2 different options. So if you'll notice, option 1 on the left, the front of the school faces Beechnut. And we talked about some of the strengths and opportunities of that option. We really liked the frontage. Parent stacking was so successful, and the building orientation for the library was really successful in the middle of the school. Group 2, and option 2, they actually oriented their building similar to the existing campus that was facing east. It provided great classroom orientation. It protected the playgrounds a little bit more than option 1. And it provided great access from the student neighborhoods. And so when you look at the option that we are presenting this evening for the site plan, it's actually a combination of the strengths of both of these options. We had great dialogue and feedback about the importance of they're a very pedestrian and walking community. And although their footprint and community is expanding, it was important to have safe walking trails. And so as you look at the solution that we're proposing, it provides the kind of best of both worlds. The other piece and factor that we always like to look at is a post-occupancy survey. So this helps us make sure that we are providing the best practices, but we understand now that they have been in Neal Elementary School for a number of years. How are they using it? What are things that are successful, and what are things that could be potentially improved upon? We heard wonderful things from the faculty about how much they love all of the outdoor space and the extension of learning, that they love the natural light, the library and treehouse in the center of the campus. But one of the things we also heard was, as we looked at collaboration space, that it maybe wasn't in the flex space, that they weren't using it as well as they should, partially because of its potential location, and that some of the operable walls and glass was a little bit distracting. And so as we have made modifications to the floor plan, we've taken this great feedback of people that have boots on the ground to make modifications to our plan. So as I mentioned, the site plan that we're presenting that is a result of the feedback from the community meetings is shown. So you'll remember one option was facing south, one was east. This is now facing the intersection. So it has great frontage for the community. It still provides adequate parent stacking, which is much more generous than what they have right now. It has ideal classroom orientation, lots of different outdoor learning experiences with different courtyards, both to the south, north, and then the play areas are protected. Well, that was really important to the community, that it was off of the main road, and that you provided bus and extended day parking and stacking over on the west side. I also had mentioned, the pedestrian access. You'll start to see some kind of walking trails that come in from the different corners. It was really important that they could do that safely and have minimal crossing of roads on the site and for parent stacking. As we look at the floor plan, so this floor plan, while very similar to Neal and now soon to be Ferguson, that is opening in just a couple of days, you'll notice the big changes. So there's classroom wings, kinder and the pre-K classrooms are down to the lower left, first grade to the right, and second above. We have the kind of noisier spaces off to the left, the gym, the cafetorium, extended day, arts and music. But the changes that you'll notice, so near the main entry, we have a parent room. Parent involvement and communication is something we heard as a part of our kind of tours of the existing campus and a part of our community meetings. And so providing a space for those parents to come in safely off of the vestibule and learn was really important without having to go into the entire campus. It was achieved by looking at and being good stewards of square footage elsewhere on the campus. You'll also notice we learned a lot about the flex space and collaboration. So previously, the flex space was located near the end of the hallway, and it wasn't a true destination. It was kind of an extension of the hallway. Now, if you can see in the classroom wings, the kind of, and I don't know if I can be able to point it out, here in this space throughout each of the hallways, it becomes it's naturally lit, but it's a destination more centrally located. So we believe that this will be better utilized flex space as we want to be good stewards. The library is still at the heart of the campus, and as we see renderings, you'll see that as such. Similarly, on the second floor, we have third, fourth, and fifth grade, a similar model to what you saw below. A lot of the out classes are more centrally located and overlook the library space. And so again, as we did some of the architectural character exercises, the images that really resonated with the community were natural materials, natural colors, and being very warm and inviting. They felt like that really encompassed who they are as a community, and so they wanted the materials to reflect as much. So this is an image of the main entry. And then this is the Library Media Center, so keeping that heart of the campus and tree with kind of a new modified character, but again, warmth of material and feel. The extension of learning outside into the learning courtyard. And then finally, the joined kind of gymnasium as well as extended day drop-off with protected canopy. And so with that, I'll say thank you. And do you have any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. Opening for the questions. Any questions? Ms. Malone.
Yes, I can't read it on there, but I mean, the same questions that I had regarding Kirksey go for this. And so again, I don't necessarily need unless you know it, what the capacity is currently between the two. I don't think you would. I just want to make sure, and Ms. Pizzetti, I'm sure will, I just want to make it known that I'm concerned about the capacity for the pre-K, because we really can't, we're talking about, we can't read the small fine print. And so it's okay, I don't need an answer tonight, it's late. I just want to point that out.
Okay.
And since I am speaking, I want to just tell you, I absolutely love the indoor tree. It's beautiful.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very beautiful design.
Thank you.
All the play area and learning spaces, very impressive. Thank you.
Thanks. We are honored to be on this project. So
Thank you all for being here and staying here so late. Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Guan, are you ready? Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
I need to stand up after sitting for a little while, so anyway. All right. Before Brian gets into his presentation, I want to speak a little bit about state funding and what didn't happen, because actually a couple weeks ago, we had a state an elected official come down on Brian a little bit because she didn't think we were telling the whole story about what the state had done. Okay, and so after that conversation, we got some information from TASBO, got some good slides that we want to show you just to make sure that the story is clear on what has happened. So these are actually slides from TASBO, and we did modify the next couple, but they're what was provided by the state in the 88th session. This is just titled "How Our Legislators Might See It." So the narrative out there is that a increase of $8.7 billion is new money for schools. Okay, so we need to pick this apart a little bit. So just bear with me. So this is from TASBO. They put this together. This is how we see it, and so I do think this is pretty good. So these first two, curriculum and school safety, those are allotments that are restricted for specific purposes. You're familiar with the safety number. We've talked a little bit about that in the past. There's curriculum materials that we're still trying to figure out how we can use and take advantage of those. But those are funds that cannot be used for salaries or, covering inflation. They're specific. They're like grants. I mean, they're specified amounts. These big numbers here, over $4 billion, those are contingent on legislation that did not pass. So we do not have access to those funds at all. No district in the state does. When you go farther down, big number here, almost $600 million in TRS Active Care. We are not a TRS Active Care district. We don't benefit from that. That's important for everybody to realize. Then we did increase the golden penny yield. I'll talk a little bit about that more in a second. But these other two big numbers, 307, 60 million, still 60 million. But in the instructional materials, those are restorations of prior cuts. I mean, those aren't really new funds. And so, the only thing in here that really did help us and can be applied to salaries is the increase in the golden yield. This is also very interesting. So this next slide, this stop is taken directly from a TEA slide where it points out these are new state share increases for public education. So this is kind of listed as a investment in public education, okay? But really it's not. I mean, this is taxpayer relief. Now, I'm a taxpayer and I love relief. I mean, I think we all love to pay lower taxes, but to represent it as, increases and investments in public education, I think is a bit disingenuous. So this first part, $5.3 billion, that was from the old law, the old Senate Bill 2, where, that was already determined what the, by the laws, what would be the tax rate compression, and that's part of what we'll show you a little bit later. The bigger number is what is going to be contingent upon the vote in November. That's the combination of the increase of the homestead exemption and then also the additional compression. Okay, so yes, a lot has been spent here. Again, I think all taxpayers are excited to see this, but it does not result in new money for school districts. So when you combine all this, it's over $26 billion. That's a lot of money. And this is a time again where the state had the biggest surplus it's ever had, okay? And the state also granted raises for all employees, 5% each year of the biennium. And, but they didn't do anything close to that for public schools. The yield on the golden penny, when you put that as a numerator, it's 9% of what's been allocated. And that's the only thing we benefited from is that 9% of that total number. So I just want to make sure everybody understood this, because we would not be having any of this conversation of this or what Brian's going to be talking about if the state had stepped up. And I think I've demonstrated clearly that hasn't happened. So, Brian, you're up.
All right. Thank you, Steve, and good evening, members of the board and Dr. Whitbeck. Over the next several slides, I'll review with you some responses to questions that occurred during the July 21st meeting. And to start, we indicated to you all that several districts in the area had adopted deficit budget deficit budgets along with raises. And you all asked for specifics on who had taken those actions and whether they were maintaining a 90-day fund balance. So you can see here those districts that did adopt deficit budgets. There are 6 of them that did so, and the deficits range anywhere from $10 million all the way up to almost $170 million. And of those districts, 5 of them did give staff raises. You can also see their fund balances. Spring Branch is the only one that specifically reported the number of days of fund balance that they had on their adopted budget that they present on the website. They're at 21.3%, which is less than 90 days. To get to a 90-day fund balance, you have to be at 25%, so they are below that. But other districts have ways that they specifically, a formula-based approach that they use to adopt or to represent a 90-day fund balance. That is spelled out in our fiscal and operating policy. So other than Spring Branch, we don't have it for the other districts, but we have shown what the fund balances for each of those districts are. And so the thing that I would remind you of course, Fort Bend ISD did not adopt a deficit budget. We actually had a small surplus of $1.4 million. And so we also did not give raises to our staff as part of that. So our budget is balanced, meaning our revenues are in excess of our expenditures, and we did not do raises. We were also asked about how many districts currently have golden and copper pennies. And of the districts on the salary survey that we showed you all, 9 of those districts have golden pennies, including Fort Bend ISD. 8 of those districts actually have all 8 golden pennies that are available through state statute. And there are another 7 districts that also have copper pennies, and some of which are actually getting close to the 9 penny limit on copper pennies. You can have up to 9 copper pennies. And so you can also see the election date for the VATREs there, and you'll notice that 4 of those districts have had VATREs. There are several districts that are noted with no VATRE date that have both golden and copper pennies, the full 8 golden pennies as well as some copper pennies. And that's because those districts had tax rates in excess of $1.50 back in 2006. And in that time frame, the Supreme Court of the state ruled that the way that we were funding education was unconstitutional and required a rewrite of state statutes around educational funding. And essentially statewide, the property tax rates were pushed down. Those districts that had tax rates that exceeded $1.50 actually received that excess taxing capacity they had through the additional golden and copper pennies without having to actually call for an election because they had them in place prior to the adoption of that law. And so those districts maintained that taxing ability. On those survey that we have, Katy, Cy-Fair, Spring Branch, and Aldine all had tax rates above $1.50, and so they maintained the 8 cents of golden pennies that were available. Currently, Fort Bend ISD does have 6 golden pennies, 2 of which were taken back in 2018 through board action when we did a swap and drop, and so that's why we're not completely free of golden pennies, but we don't also have the maximum amount of available, similar to what some of our peer districts do. We were asked to share with you all what our tax rate and how it compares to other school districts. This is based on the 22 tax year comparison. Everyone is in the process right now of adopting tax rates, so we don't have the most up-to-date information, but you can see we are the 5th lowest in the area. And when you compare us to some of our peer districts, we are 11 cents lower than Lamar Consolidated, 16 cents lower than Cy-Fair, and 17 cents lower than Katy. And of course, both Katy and Cy-Fair have the full 8 cents on the golden pennies and some copper pennies as well. As we talk about a VATRE, this is why we're discussing it. When we look at how we compare on teacher compensation, Fort Bend ISD is at the bottom of the market. And we want to remain a destination district, and compensation is a direct way to retain and attract teachers to make sure that we stay that way. I am going to point out one thing on this slide. If you notice at year 4, as you move into year 5, there's a slight uptick on the scale. I'm going to come back to that in a few minutes when I'm talking through a potential compensation adjustment we could make. But essentially, we've come to the lowest end of the spectrum over the course of about 3 years, as other districts have raised their rates at higher frequency than what we have. And so what have we done and what are we doing to attract and retain teachers? I'm going to quickly go through this. You all are familiar with the retention and recruitment supplement that we did that will be paid out in September for existing staff and November for new staff. We maintained our teacher step of $500. And again, if you think back to that chart I just showed you, teachers that are going from step 4 to step 5 actually receive a $1,000 step. And so they get a little bit more than what their peers do in recognition of their years of service. We've also discussed the potential of a TRE to address the teacher and staff compensation. And then we've initiated a contract to conduct a public opinion survey. It's going to be of registered Fort Bend ISD voters who voted in the prior election. And so this is a very scientific, deliberately targeted survey that ran from August 2nd through August 6th. And it's anticipated to be completed and compiled by August the 11th. And our plan is to share that with the board on August the 14th. We shared with you all that a VA TRE of 2 cents would generate $25 million in additional revenue for the district. We could use that for teacher and staff raises. And so we've looked at what we could do from a compensation standpoint with $25 million. And what that could look like is it would allow us to raise teacher pay by $2,500, and that would bring us to $62,000. And although that's not the highest in the region, that definitely prevents us from significantly lagging in the market as we currently are. We could also implement another differentiating factor on the teacher pay scale. So I mentioned that at year 5, teachers step up by $1,000. This would allow us to add another bump on that line at year 10 so that those teachers would be receiving another $500 or $1,000 total. So we would have 2 differentiating factors. So basically, as you move up the scale, teacher pay scale, you would be rewarded at those 5 and 10-year marks for your additional years of service. And then if we were to enact those changes, it would equate to an average increase of about 4% for teachers. And currently, we have basically the $500 step that has already been implemented. And when you factor that in, that was part of the adopted budget, that would actually bump up the teacher compensation adjustment to about 4.8%, not including that $1,500 retention supplement that's also being paid. For our hourly and paraprofessional staff, we could do a $1 an hour increase across the board. That would apply to classroom aides, bus drivers, custodians, maintenance crews, and others. And that adjustment would represent about a 5.6% increase for those staff members. And then for all other staff, that would include police officers, school psychologists, speech pathologists, diagnosticians, principals, and all other administrative professionals, we could do a 3% increase. And so how would that break out if we were to go down that route? $15.4 million of that total would go to teachers, librarians, counselors, and nurses, all on campuses. Another 5.7 or 24% of that total would go to other campus staffing, including principals, classroom aides, and custodians. And for non-campus staffing, that would be $3 million or 12% of the total, and that would include our bus drivers, police officers, facility maintenance staff, and others. And then for directors and above, that total would be about $300,000, and that represents 1% of the total. And so if we were to implement this plan as we've described it to you, 87% of the total compensation would be going to classroom and campus folks. We've mentioned, and we showed you in that prior slide, that we have some other area districts that have copper pennies as well. And so to demonstrate what that would look like, if we were to add an additional 3 cents in addition to that 2 cents, so 5 cents total, some of the things that we could potentially do with the copper pennies would be to enact a licensed police officer on each campus at all elementary schools. Currently, we have the elementary patrol. This would allow us to implement an officer on each campus. It would also allow us to provide additional funding for special education to ensure that we timely identify students with unique learning needs and provide the appropriate supports. And we could also use it to enhance our academic offerings in areas such as GT, academies of choice, and dual language. And so the 5-cent VA TRE could fund a total of $40 million. That would include 2 cents for the $25 million in raises we just discussed, and then 1 penny for each of those initiatives, and that generates about $5 million net total. And so the question that probably will come up if we were to go forward with this is, what about recapture? And so as a reminder, the $25 million that would be generated from those first two pennies, those are golden pennies and are not subject to recapture. And so of that, 14 million would be new funding from the state. That represents about 56% of the total funding that we would receive from those two pennies, with the remaining 11 million funded locally. And then on the copper pennies, again, that would be subject to recapture because those are under that statute. And so the copper pennies, if we were to move forward with that, they actually generate $16.5 million in total funding. However, $1.5 million of that would be subject to recapture, and so we would net $15 million at the local level. So we would pay recapture of about $500,000 per penny on the copper pennies only. Again, those golden pennies and the $25 million are not subject to recapture. We've done analysis on the impact that TRE could have on a tax bill, and this is based on final numbers from the central appraisal districts that we received last week. And the first column that you see is what the tax rate would have been had the Senate not enacted Senate Bill 2. And so a resident of Fort Bend ISD would have paid a tax bill of about $3,718 based on the average valuation of a home and a $40,000 homestead exemption. With Senate Bill 2 having passed, the governor has not yet signed it into law, but by any reflection on statements that he's made, he will sign this into law. So this is not a matter of if this is going to happen, it is a matter of when he signs it into law. It will then go to the electorate, to the voters in November for decision, and the last several homestead exemption initiatives that have gone on the ballot have passed in excess of 80%. And so there's no reason to expect that the voters would reject this. And so this is, again, not a matter of if this becomes law, but when it becomes law. So the second column you see there reflects Senate Bill 2. So what happens if the district does not do a VATRE? The second column that you see there, Senate Bill 2, will reflect the tax rate that we would request the board to adopt on the 21st of August if the survey results come back that would suggest the community is not in support of a VATRE. Our tax rate would be 94.92 cents. The average tax bill would be reduced to $2,569, or about $1,150 less than it would have been under old law. If we were to move forward with a 2-cent VATRE, that would offset that reduction of $1,150 by about $54. And so the adjusted tax rate would be about $1,100 less than it is today. And then finally, if we were to move forward with the 3 copper pennies, you can see that that would reduce it by $135, but a taxpayer would still see a reduction from the current tax bill of just over $1,000. And so these are the 3 scenarios that could play out. Again, if we don't come forward with a recommendation on a VATRE, the Senate Bill 2 column that you see would be the tax rate that we would ask you to adopt. And so just as a reminder, this represents 17.5 cents of total compression. This is the lowest historic tax rate that has ever been adopted in what I would call recorded history. We have tax rates going back to 1959. The lowest tax rate the district has ever had was in 1981, and it was actually $1.07. And so in 1958, which is the record that we have going as far back as we have, the tax rate was $1.20. And so people may recall with great glee the good old days when tax rates were low. The tax rate was actually lower last year than it was in 1959. So what are the next steps that we have in the process? As I mentioned earlier, we are in the process of finishing up the public opinion survey to gauge public support for a potential VATRE. We will share those results with the board on August the 14th. And then on August the 21st, we are set to hold the public hearing on the tax rate. And so the tax rate that we have advertised is 99.92 cents. That's 5 cents more than the tax rate under Senate Bill 2. We've essentially, by doing that, established the maximum tax rate that you can adopt, but you can adopt the tax rate lower than that. You're not required to adopt the 99.92 cents. But this gives us the flexibility to do that if that public opinion survey comes back saying that voters may be in support of a VATRE. And that gives us the flexibility to either do the 2 cents or the 5 cents, or again, no cents if the voters indicate that they are not interested in doing that. And so, again, the board will have that ability to adopt whichever of those tax rates the feedback is provided, and we'll provide you all with that information on August the 14th prior to the final vote that you all will need to make on the 21st of August. And that concludes the presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you all have.
Thank you, Ms. Gwen. I'm opening for questions. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, so if we vote to approve a VATRE, we'll be asking voters to approve a tax rate increase at the same time while they're voting to approve a tax rate decrease. That's funny. So if we vote for a VATRE, and would you be recommending that we amend our current budget to pay for staff raises for this year, or in the hopes that we pass a VATRE to fund those raises, or are we holding that off until we actually pass it, and then at that point does that make sense?
Yes, sir. So if the VATRE is successful, then the funding that we receive from that tax increase would benefit us in the current school year that we are in. And so the raises would also go into effect for this year. At this point, we would either come back with a recommendation to amend the budget so that they are effective retroactively to the first date of an employee's contract, but we would also have the option too of saying it would be effective as of the election date, but that would be feedback, or we would be making a recommendation on one of those two options.
So we wouldn't necessarily be dipping into any fund balance or anything like that. We would still stay at a 90-day.
Yes, sir, that is correct. Again, the only situation in which we would recommend an increase to compensation to you all at this point, unless you direct us otherwise, would be with a successful passage of a VATRE, meaning that we would not go into our fund balance.
Gotcha. All right, so we're currently at $1.12, and with Governor Abbott, if he signs it, when he signs it, it goes to the voters, and then we'll be voting on the 21st whether or not we'll go forward based on the feedback from the 14th. Okay. And then from that point, you will recommend either the 2 or the 5 cent, one of the two, and then, okay. Thank you. Just thinking out loud myself.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Ms. Hannan.
Yes, I think I sent this question in. I want to understand the slide that says what could FBISD raises look like, where you show a $2,500 increase. This is with the VATRE passage. Then you have 500 additional step for teachers with 10 plus years of experience. And then at the bottom, it excludes the step, $500 step approved from this year. Could you help me understand? Is the $500 at 10 years becoming a bit of a wash because would be not counting what we're adding in this year?
Okay, let me see if I can walk through that. So excluding the 500, so the 4.1% average increase that we're calculating, if we were to do the $2,500 increase, and we were to do that $500 additional step for teachers at year 10 or above, that would equate to a 4.1% increase on average for a teacher. What that percentage increase does not include is the $500 step that occurred with the start of this school year that you all approved as part of the budget. And so if you factor that into the overall raise, it would actually increase the average raises teachers are receiving to 4.8%. I realize that's a little bit of a complicated calculus equation there.
Which, may or may not help them pay for their increase in insurance. Okay, so I want to tell my colleagues on the board that today I did ask, because I know we have a little over 4% of teacher vacancies, 204, something like that. I know we have a hard time with LSSPs, SLPs. So my question was, are we having a hard time filling our principal spots, our director spots, our other central office administration spots? Because this is where I'm going to become very unpopular with principals and central office staff. I really, really, really want us to focus on teachers, especially longevity pay. And so I know we give the $1,000 at 5-year, that step is a bit bigger. $500 at year 10, it's better than a stick in the eye.
Well, and Ms. Hannon, if I may, if
Yes.
we were to move forward with this proposal, those teachers at year 10 would also receive $1,000 as well. So you would have a $1,000 differentiator at year 5, which we currently have in place,
Okay.
and it would add another $500 to the step at year 10, so they're receiving a total of $1,000 at year 10 too.
It's not an additional 1,000, though. It's 1,000 they've already gotten in years 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, correct?
Well, the way that the teacher scale works, they receive $500 each year they step. And so stepping from year 4 to year 5, you're actually getting $1,000 as opposed to the 500. And then the following year, you would step at 500 again, 500 again, 500 again. When you get to year 10, it would be an additional $1,000.
But is it, okay, so I'm going to take this offline, because you can explain it, because I'm not getting 500, then 500 plus an additional 500. Plus an additional 500.
Yes, you are.
It is.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so I'll ask you to help me with that. But I have asked staff to really give us some data on that. And I guess I would just also include, because the little slide scale, the graph that charts us at the very bottom of the barrel for our teacher salary, I would love to see something like that for our principals, our central office staff, our directors. I want to see what that looks like. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Those are good questions. And Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn and Mr. Bassett, for those presentations. So 2 quick questions. So is it accurate that the net impact to the district of the compression will be $0?
As it stands right now, with no VATRE, yes, sir, you are correct.
Yeah, so it doesn't add, to Mr. Bassett's comment earlier, it doesn't add revenue to the district. So that additional state funding specific to that would offset the property tax savings in a 100% dollar for dollar hold harmless.
That's exactly right. We would get more state aid, but we would lose on the local side.
Thank you. Much better than my question 2 weeks ago, right? So second question, do we have any leeway to do a smaller tax rate increase without the VATRE, or is it capped at the proposed rate unless we do the VATRE?
That is correct. If we adopt any tax rate over 94.92 cents, it requires voter approval.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Sorry, I have just one more question. This is directed probably toward Chief Ryder, but on the 3% raise for police officers, and I know that we've talked about how we're playing catch up with some of the other districts, and then in general, recruitment for law enforcement is pretty hard to come by. With the 3% raise, we'd look at that to see how much better that is. That going to put us in a much better position competitively, or some thoughts on that?
Well, just doing some quick math, it looks like it would add about $1,500 to our bottom line, starting pay right out of the academy, which would take us to about 53,000 or so, where most everybody around us is starting at about 60.
Thank you. I was just curious about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. I do have a question on page 13, I think, slide. So, maybe that's not the 13. But anyhow, you said what could an additional 3 cent fund? Yeah, this one. Do you mean 2 cents or 3 cents?
So the proposal for the compensation only is 2 cents. This is saying what would happen if we were to add an additional 3 cents to that 2 cents for a total of 5 cents. These are the additional type items that the district could fund with those extra pennies.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So I want to echo with Ms. Hannon's question. I would like to see the similar chart graph comparison with the principals and director level with 2 other districts. And also, I would also like to see the number, because here you will see the $0.3 million directors and above. I wanted to see how many people are we talking about, what's the number of personnel, and I know it's like 3%. I mean, I really wanted to see the number for director and above. 3% means what's dollar amount. So thank you for that. Oh, Ms. Jones.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ginn. And so I'm looking at this, and one, I want to express the same sentiment as Trustee Hannon. I want to focus on teachers, but I also want to focus on our paraprofessionals as well, because they work just as hard as teachers. But then I'm also, one of my questions is, I'm looking on page 13, and it says academic enhancements. Are they necessary? And that's my question, because I think more money should be allocated towards special education, teachers, and safety, and we should prioritize that over those academic enhancements. So I'm asking the question, are they a want or are they a need?
I might be able to help with that. That was placed there thinking that the board will go through strategic planning for the next 7 to 10 years here during this year. You know, you voted for Engage to Learn. So that during that process, we hear lots of comments from community. We've heard things about additional academies. We've heard about more emphasis on GT at the elementary. We've heard about dual language immersion, two-way immersion as being very sought after. So it would just allow the dialogue for whatever the community and the board felt like needed to happen. And so it's not really clear, you know, it's not in stone by any means. It's really more fluid for what the feedback would be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Malone?
Yes, so I share some of the sentiments, and I think I've shared this previously, but I'll do it again, that the focus for me is definitely teachers, and really appreciate and understand that everybody plays a role and that we all support the kids' learning. Mm-hmm. I think that it's critical, though, to address the current situation with hiring and retention of teachers and staff in particular areas. And I don't think it's exclusive to teachers, but there are other hard-to-fill positions as well. And I support focusing on that. But I have a quick question. So I understand that on the 11th, we're going to get the survey data. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And so I'm kind of, or on the 14th, I'm sorry. Maybe they get it the 11th. Anyhow, are we going to then visit this a little bit more at that time? Okay.
So, Ms. Malone, I was just talking to Dr. Wayback today. Right now, we have a meeting scheduled on the 14th. It's including 2 parts. One is debriefing with superintendent evaluation and the VATRE survey results. So for that, we probably will extend the meeting to including a workshop for VATRE.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would really appreciate that. In the interest that it's 11:25 p.m. right now, I'm going to finish up with this just request for that meeting. So I previously asked at the last meeting about the tax rolls relative to the tax rate. And I was going through, and I haven't seen that information, and I'd really appreciate that. So I pulled up some data while I was sitting here, in particular from Sci-Fair ISD, and I absolutely love how they show the tax rate from 2013, 14, all the way to current today. And then with the local portion versus the state as well, they go into that data. And then, I mean, it's very helpful to see things graphically over time. And although I appreciate that it's the lowest we've ever had, it's also the highest tax roll we've ever had in history as well. And so just having that kind of relative data is helpful for myself and possibly for other trustees as well. And then the other thing that I'd ask, which it sounds like we're all on board with, is just, again, I appreciate the information here regarding, what would you do with 3 cents or the 2 golden, but maybe some options. If there could be, hypothetically, if we increase starting teacher salary and if we, put more money towards teachers, or as she mentioned, paraprofessionals, or it could be safety and security, whatever it might be. But just if we could look at it that way. And same thing, I had written down the quantity as well, knowing the number of folks. So what I found interesting for me is that the data kind of changed. And so if it could be, not that it changed, it was just looked at it from a different vantage point, I guess, consistent. And that would be, where did it go? So like we have the number of allocation of funds there, but then different groups were put in a different category a couple pages later. And where in the world did it go?
Talking about.
You know what I'm referring to?
Yeah.
Sorry. Bear with me, please. It's. Yeah, so it had the increases on what a raise would look like, but then later it was the allocation of funds, and there were folks that, let's say, are in one group that moved to a different group. But I think it would help if it was just broken down with a little more detail and with the number of staff in those different categories, and then what that funding looks like to the budget. So if it is the hourly employees, like some of these, I think also knowing whether they're hourly or not, which categories, because there's some that look like they may be hourly to me and maybe they're not, but I want to confirm that they are or are not. Just a little more detail, please, for when we meet on the 14th. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Malone.
Here it is. You were right on that. Yeah.
So with that, we're moving to the next one, is review. First, we have 9A.
And then
The meeting minutes. Do we have discussion? Seeing none, moving to 9B, policy CB local and EI local.
Yeah.
Do we have any discussion?
Wait a minute.
Seeing none, I'm gonna move to the next one, 9C, tax rate. Do we have any question or discussion? Seeing none, moving to the next one, 9D, designation of Public Information Act, non-business days.
I had a question.
Ms. Jones.
Give me a second. I wrote it down, so. Okay. So, and just help me out here so I can be clear on, I understand what the non-business days are here that are designated. But it also states that there are 10 additional days to be designated. And I'm asking the question, are these 10 days in addition to those designated days? And if so, are they designated for like weather-related events, etc.? Please clarify that for me.
Yes, good question. So this is only for purposes of the Public Information Act. This is directly a result of House Bill 3033, and it is only for purposes of compliance with those timelines as far as requesting Attorney General opinions when a member of the public requests information. It does not impact other areas. The Act grants 10 additional non-business days per calendar year. And so you'll notice between now and the end of 2023, there are 10 days. So this first year of implementation, we get kind of get to use all 10 days over one semester. But moving forward, those 10 days have to be spread out over the entire calendar year, which is why you only see a handful in the spring of 2024. We'll come back to you as we want to get on the schedule with the option of the calendar.
Okay.
And so when that calendar comes back in the spring, we'll be able to get this in a regular rhythm.
Okay. And so how are the days that, now I'm thinking about it, how are the days that are weather-related reported? Are they reported? Do they go back and amend the TPIA, or what do they do?
So previously, under the Public Information Act, anytime that the district was closed or the district had what the law referred to as a skeleton crew day, then those days were considered, in these terms, a non-business day.
Okay.
And so we could just assert that to the Attorney General. The Attorney General, this act doesn't necessarily address those weather days, and so there is a question out there regarding those skeleton crew days. We're assuming those would still be available to the district, but quite honestly, the tone of this bill does not give me great confidence. This tone is one of those bills that takes a direct attack towards public schools.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Good questions. So next one, we have SB 763, Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, so this is just an information item, and I was prepared to say a little bit more about this, but we had some speakers who commented on it. And so basically, this is a fairly unique, if not entirely unique, legislative approach that gives us a deadline within which we have to have an up or down vote on whether or not we want to implement a chaplain program. And so we just wanted to put this on the agenda as an information item just to make sure the board's aware of that and give us time to review the legislation and kind of work through the pros and cons. I think it's good for us to be aware. So the deadline is March 1st, which means we would have to vote up or down unless something changes and we're no longer required to do that. We would have to vote by the February board meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. So we're moving on to item 10, which is expenditure.
Okay. I had requested to speak.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that, Ms. Hannon.
Okay. Just regarding the information item brought to us by Mr. Hamilton, I know we had 4 speakers that presented pro this item, and so as you are reading your information and your law, just know that there are counter arguments for this item, and what I'm passing to you, I hope you'll put it with your stack. Yes, he does. Put it with your stack and read that information regarding the chaplain vote that the state has forced us to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. It's always to have all the informations. So next, we're moving on to 10 is consideration and approval of proposed expenses that exceed. First, 10A, Chapter 49. Do we have discussion? Seeing none, I'm moving on to 10B, ice cream, frozen food, beverages. Do we have a discussion? No. Moving on. I can't really use ice cream right now. But 10C, Apple products and related services. Seeing none, moving to the middle school HVAC improvement for First Colony. Do we have a discussion? Seeing none, we're moving forward. Next one, strategic planning consulting services. Do we have a discussion or question? Ms. Malone.
Yes, I'd appreciate an update, I guess, from the Executive Committee on the strategic planning consulting services and how this firm was selected to present to us. Wasn't this from the officers?
No.
Right? Yeah, so I'd like to know, okay, so prior to, I was a part of that, and I remember, various firms presenting, and so now I'd just like an update, please, from the officers on why this firm is being presented to us to move forward with. And I feel like, again, we repeat this a lot, but we are not legally allowed to meet or discuss anything outside a team of three, and the team of three had met. And so I'd appreciate for the full board to be aware of whatever discussions were made or reasons or why we're moving forward with this firm, or not moving forward because we haven't voted, but why this firm in particular is being presented to us, and what are the pros, what are the cons? Can you please share the information? And if not today, because it's 11:37 p.m., that's okay. But if we could get that information, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Well, we did have an officers meeting, and during the meeting, we had a discussion, and between the two vendors we were presented, this vendor provided will accommodate the needs for 4x9SD. It's more like robustic kind of approach, and it's not something we could just do it with our own staff. So this vendor, it is more expensive than the other one, but we really did evaluation from both vendor what they can provide versus what we need. So Ms. Malone, I didn't know you're asking this detailed questions, but we are more than happy to provide you more information before the next meeting.
That works. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So moving on to the next item, which is 2023 bond program. So before we start this item, which is the F, G, and H, I did request it for the administration to prepare a very short presentation to answer some questions, mainly to answer what we are voting for, what is our responsibility as a board. So please, Mr. Bassett, thank you for that.
Ms. Fuzetti's going to start, and then I'll comment at the end.
Thank you, Ms. Fuzetti.
Good evening. I'd like to give you an update on the different items we are presenting to you tonight, this evening. All right, so the original timeline was presented to you a few months ago. You have seen the slide before where we presented to you the plan moving forward of the items you could expect to see for approval. And so as you can see, we actually completed the architect selection, the CMAR for Briargate and Mission Bend, and the budgets for Bond 2023. All those were presented and approved in June. The technology consultant was running behind, and so that's one of the items we're presenting to you today. And for July, we had slotted the jock selection, a pool of 5, and the professional services. Those two were pushed to August, and we're presenting those to you today. And so some of these items really have shifted from month to month, but we're continuing to push forward in the execution process of this bond. And so the first one is the job order contracting services. And so we have different contracting methodologies. You guys have heard us talk about CSB, you have heard us talk about CMAR, and you have heard us talk about JOCS. JOCS is a different type of contract, and it's useful for us to execute the simple projects. And so we are presenting to you today it's a pool of 5 JOC contractors that we procured via competitive seal proposal. So we issued a CSB and we procured these vendors. Same way we procured it in 2018. And what it does is having a pool of 5 approved JOC contractors allows us to execute the simple work rather quickly. The JOCs are always based their prices in RS means, which is really the industry standard for construction database for North America. And what we actually negotiate with the JOCs is the coefficient or the discounts that they would provide to us based on the set prices of the RS means. And that is how we competitively really bid these contractors. And so we have identified a list of projects that we are presenting to you today in the agenda, and the JOCs that would be executing those projects to allow us to move rather quickly. So some of those projects are like playgrounds, flooring, drinking fountains. These are really low-hanging fruit projects that we can execute quickly, and then the community and the kids can begin to see the benefit of the bond-funded projects. Same procedure as 2018. We competitively bid 5 contractors that we select for our pool. We are identifying an amount of $26.1 million for the packages that we're identifying up front to be JOC, but we're requesting an approval not to exceed $50 million for the entire bond. And so in 2018, to give you an idea on spent, we started with an approval of $28 million for the JOC, and 11 months later, we have to come back to the board and requested another $35 million. And so if we compare the spent from 2018 to what we anticipate for 2023, $50 million is definitely reasonable for the entire bond for JOC projects. We're also presenting to you today the professional services phase 1. So we procured this via an RFQ. These are professional services, so we have to qualify them based on its qualifications, not price. And so we decided the professional services to split it in 3 phases because it's too many vendors for us to evaluate at the same time. And so we selected the most critical ones first to go into phase 1. And those include like geotechnical and surveys. And so those are the services that we need first. We need to get those studies done first before we can perform the design on many of these projects. And so we are selecting a maximum of 5 vendors per category. These vendors, professional services vendors, would be rotated, and then they offer services for us for the entire bond. Of course, because it's based on qualifications and not price, we don't know exactly how much we're going to spend, but we're basing it on, we're requesting a not-to-exceed amount of $23 million because it is 23 vendors. And so we're establishing a not-to-exceed amount of $1 million per vendor. We did this in 2018, and it proved to be a very reasonable number. We only exceeded the $1 million with a few vendors, and we had to come back and increase the spend for those vendors. And then we're requesting $5 million for non-bond projects. And the $5 million spend is really if we fund a project with a different funding source, general fund, Bond 2014, Bond 20, a different type of bond or funding source, grants, federal grants or so, then we would have the ability to use the spent on the $5 million. And then we are presenting to you the technology consultant pool. We procure this service via RFQ. Again, it's based on qualifications, not price. It's a little bit different than Bond 2018. In Bond 2018, we had selected only 1 technology vendor. This time we're selecting 2 with an increase in amount of work. We believe the district is best served with 2 technology consultants and not 1. And so we select the 2 best qualified technology consultants, and we pair them with the architects. Every project pretty much that we run requires a technology component in it. And so in order to standardize technology across the board for the district, we work with the same consultants so that we can ensure we have the same standards implemented throughout the district. We are requesting a total amount not to exceed $5 million, and this is mostly to serve technology projects so that the district can hire these technology consultants directly. For us, we just pair them up with the architect, and they would work under the architect for design and construction.
I think this is working. Okay, so it's my turn. So we've also asked to talk a little bit more about the BOC, its purpose and scope. And so, just as a header to this, though, the public participation of the BOC, we're trying to get make sure we have somebody represented from all the feeder patterns. And so we didn't have 4 covered. We've gotten at least, I think, 3 of those covered now. So we're still working on full participation there. But public participation in the BOC, you combine that with what we have on the website, which is amazing in comparison to other districts. But also, it's so important to adhere to the project timelines that have been laid out. Everything that we're doing is essential to meet, what we perceive the public expectations are for transparency and prompt bond execution. And it was mentioned earlier today that, hey, it's good to see things, when things happen, and especially if they can happen quickly. Some of the benefits of the job contracts, it's amazing when people see, hey, you're already doing things, because we got beat up in 2014. When it took so long for things to happen. I mean, months and months and months. I mean, 6+ months happened before anything was seen by the public. I think it may have even been longer than that. Anyway, the scope of the BOC includes all aspects of the bond. We obviously spend most of the time talking about construction management, but then we also talk about IT projects, transportation projects, safety and security, everything related to the communications plan. Of course, we spend quite a bit of time on bond financing as well. The function of the BOC is to review and discuss, the progress on the projects and also the spending and how all that matches up. And, because we review part of the website, we just talk about challenges that we're facing, what the next steps are, and then also execution. The BOC does not get into procurement because the board does, in detail. And so that's something that we don't talk about with the BOC. We would never have because the board is actually required to approve the procurements that we present.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Fazzetti, and thank you, Mr. Bassett. So I also wanted to tell the board, on the 11th, when we have the board training, I did invite Ms. Mickey Morris, our attorney, to talk about procurement for the board as the board responsibility. So if you have questions regarding to this agenda item related questions, you can also welcome to send it to her if you think that she will help you. So we still need to finish. So do we have question or discussion on item 10F, 2023 bond program? Seeing none, we're moving on to the next one. G, Phase 1 professional services for 2023 bond and the non-bond projects. Yeah, they all in there.
Yeah,
they all in there.
In there.
So the last item is 10H, technology consultant and professional services. Seeing none, can I have a motion to adjourn? Yes. Hey, we finished the meeting on the same day, so that's the improvement. That's progress. Good night, everyone.